Hey everyone, how are y'all? Mandy, how are you? Hey Big Al, how are you? Riddler, how are you tonight? Hey Summer, how are you? Riddler, I'm doing good. Hey Glowbug, how are you? The Richard, how are you tonight? Hey Evie, how are you? Princess Megan, you doing okay tonight? Freya, how are you tonight? Glowbug, I'm doing good. Hey Loaded Hot, how are you? Yeah, I don't know what's up with Nightbot now. He needs to wake up, for real. What the heck? Oh, here we go. Alright, emails pinned to the top of the chat. Princess Megan, I'm glad your allergies have calmed down because mine hasn't. Freya, yes, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey Kelly, how are you? Candy, how are you? See, are you taking? Yes, Riddler. I'm actually on two different allergy medicines. Feeling maniac. It has been a while since we've seen you. How are you? Hey, see you later. How are you? Let's see. My allergies are horrible today. Oh, Evie, I hope you get to feeling better soon. They've got me on Claritin and Singular. I think it's the two that they've got me on. Hey, Curious Cat, how are you? All right, everybody make sure that your chat is on live chat. All right, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link tonight early kind of want to go over what we've heard from the very beginning of this case. Hey, Nina, how are you? Um, there's been a lot of things that we heard in the very beginning that is now different what we're hearing now. If anybody has questions or just has thoughts that they want to bring up that's come to mind tonight. Hey, Debbie, how are you? Y'all are more than welcome to come up on panel and ask. If you don't want to come up on panel, you're more than welcome to just drop the question in the chat and I will answer it the best I can. Elizabeth, how are you? I'm still trying to get everything pulled up here. Julie, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. Riddler, how are you?
Doing fine. How about you?
I'm doing all right.
Hope your allergies get better. That's a pain.
Yeah, I take the two medicines, but it's just because of all the dust and all that around here. Philly Mac, if you have questions, you're more than welcome to come up on panel as well. Okay, the Richard, that's fine. And I don't know why I just called him Philly Mac. I just realized that I called him that. I meant Philly Maniac. I'm sorry. All right, Riddler. You got anything that you can think of that they were saying in the beginning and that they are now saying differently?
Well, it keeps changing every day we turn around. I mean, up to the gag order.
That is true. Wait, I just saw the. Hold on, I gotta grab the Richards. Do we know anything more about the card that? Oh no, the Richard. No, I haven't seen anything else about it. Candy, did y'all see my comments up there? Hold on one second, Candy. Let me scroll up. Let's see, I just heard Bethany left running from the house prior to the murders, and Dylan left with the murders. I want to say in the very beginning that I had heard also, which there's no proof of it, but I had heard that Dylan allegedly left from the house and then she returned to the house. Now, I haven't heard anything about Bethany. Have you heard anything like that, Riddler, about either one of them leaving?
I had heard that both of them went outside the door and then came back inside.
Okay. Julie, how are you tonight? Yeah, I had heard that she had left, that Dylan had left, like physically left the house, and then I want to say that was the time was like 9 o'clock that morning or something, and then like a short time later, she ended up coming back and was dropped back off. Now that was just a rumor that was going around early on because um, there I haven't seen any proof of that. Supposedly there was a tripod outside behind the house and it called Bethany. Now, I did hear that, Candy. There was a camera behind the girl's house that was recording, excuse me, from 8 o'clock that night to 8 o'clock the next morning. And that they picked up around 2 o'clock that morning, picked up a blonde headed girl or a blonde female running away from the house. Hey, Scott, how are you? Um, so I don't know if that's really true or not because we've heard that there was a camera in there, and then we heard that there wasn't a camera there. So I don't know. There's been so many different things that's been said that we don't really know uh, if it's true or not. hold on just a second. There's been talk about 2011 to 2013 model of the car. Then it gets changed to a different year model. I don't understand as far as like the car. They're claiming that they have it on all these different cameras, but it had an unknown plate. If FBI had the specialist that is saying that this car is a certain year model, why could the FBI not take these plates? I mean, they had to have had a shot of the back of the car where the plates were, I would think, and analyze that video and get what the plate number is.
Were the traffic cams working?
They're claiming that they caught the car on traffic cameras, that that's how they tracked his way back home. Running Bear, how are you? Marie, how are you? Must have got lost. How are you tonight?
Because there's traffic cameras. You can look it up and they'll show you where the traffic cameras are.
Right. But and see, that's what I'm saying. Like, if FBI is supposed to be like, that's supposed to be like their thing, right? They're supposed to be able to take video and analyze it and enhance it and make it clear and all this and that. Why could they not do that with a car and realize that the year models that they were given out to the public and asking the public to help find? Why couldn't they analyze that video and see that it was not a 2011 to 2013?
Well, a true traffic camera, it catches you for like running red lights, not coming to a complete stop and making a right turn or something. And here in my city, they'll give you a ticket and it picks up your tag number and it
Mm-hmm.
picks up your face inside your vehicle.
And then they'll mail you a ticket.
Right, they mail you a
Yeah,
ticket. And hopefully that ticket comes to your house and the post office doesn't miss it because now you'll have a warrant out for you if you don't pay it.
right. And see, that's what I was thinking. Like, I don't understand how they couldn't have analyzed it. I don't know why they didn't, whenever they came out and said that they caught this car on video turning around and all these different times that it came in front of the house or whatever. Why didn't they show us the actual car instead of just a stock picture of the car?
Well, you got these people on television saying that's the actual picture of the car. That one they showed where it looks like it's whizzing by a gas station.
Yeah, I don't think that was a car. I really don't. It could be it because that picture of that car that's going, by the gas station you're talking about, it
Yes, ma'am.
has tinted windows.
Well,
I don't
there's the other problem. You got one car with a tinted window, another car
the car
doesn't
that
have tinted.
doesn't.
And there's people that swear up and down those are two different models or years.
The one, hey, True Seeker, how are you? The one that is in that they call going by the gas station. It the way it and it could just be the angle of the camera. It does look. It makes it look like the car is shaped different a little bit. Like the front part of the car and the back part of the car is to what Bryan's car looks like. And like I said, it could just be the angle, because if you look, if you take a picture of something and the angle is different angles with a camera, it can make something look different than what it actually is. So I don't know if that's what it is, but to me, the car kind of looks different.
Yeah, and the lighting's probably poor too. There's probably no, 'cause I noticed that even around the house. We're street lights.
Right.
That
Yeah, I
place is
don't. There
dark.
wasn't. Yeah, there wasn't any street lights because when I remember seeing a video that Brian Enton had done, and he was showing where the cop was that night when he was talking to the kids out at the band field, and they walked across Taylor Avenue to where the cop had his car parked, and Brian Enton was showing like up to the house behind. Hey, Scott H, how are you? Behind those apartment buildings right there on Taylor Avenue, like it's completely dark up there. You can't see anything. I would have thought that they would have had uh, like street lights or something, with it being a neighborhood and that close of houses together.
Well, I remember the biggest problem when it first came out was the police chief. We don't think anybody's in danger.
Yeah, they said that the very first day, like on November the 13th, they came out and said there's no imminent danger when they sent out the vandal alert. Well, how can you say there's no danger if you don't even have a suspect? You don't even know if the suspect's still in the area. You have a college full of students.
Anytime you have any kind of unaliving, there's a danger.
Oh, for sure,
That person's now desperate.
for sure. And
And
you come across that person and corner him, he's really gonna be dangerous. And I don't understand how they said that. They even told WSU that whenever they sent out their alert to their students that there was no danger to their university, and the whole time the guy was literally living on their, which I know at that time they didn't know it, but the point is it's 9 miles down the road from where the homicides happened. He could have been anywhere.
then we went from the crime of passion to a target attack.
I think they flipped back and forth on that target to not a target to the house being a target to one of them being a target. I think they flipped back and forth on that a couple times, didn't they?
Yeah. And of course, the coroner, I mean, there's no telling what you got there.
Yeah. There's just been a lot of different things that was said in the beginning that was has changed, and it doesn't make sense. And I don't get me wrong, I know that as an investigation progresses along, um, it's, they're going to come up with stuff, and they're going to find out new stuff, and they're going to say, okay, well, what we originally thought to begin with wasn't it, it's something else or whatever. But it's a big issue with the threats, not a threat.
N-
Day one.
Now, do they have BK on camera in Washington?
It says in the PCA, hold on, I can grab it real quick just to be exactly what is said if I can find it. But they do say that they see a white car um, matching the description of suspect vehicle one. Uh, I believe Stadium, it was caught on camera on Stadium Way on WSU. I think I have to, if I can find it real quick. It does say a couple of different like streets over in that area. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so it says Indian Hills Drive, which is in Moscow, but I think that is on the east side of town. It would be actually be going the opposite direction of WSU. Then Steiner Avenue is where the gas station is. That caught the white car, or in that general area. I think that was at the corner of Steiner and was it Troy Road? Was that it? Okay, then they're talking about Willenta Drive. I gotta find where it's at. They talk about Palouse River Drive, which is after I believe the murders, and he went out that way, is what they're saying. But they do say that they did catch him on some streets on WSU campus.
Now, did he have a roommate where he was staying, or was it just him?
No, it was just him. And see, that's when whenever they showed the body cam footage of them going into his apartment when they had the search warrant, and you can hear on the body cam footage one of the cops saying that the bedroom door is locked. A lot of people thought that was, they were talking about his bedroom door, but I had seen where someone else had actually said that it was the second, because it was a 2-bedroom apartment, and someone had said that it was probably the second bedroom that the college would leave that door locked, that bedroom door, because nobody was living in that bedroom, and that the only time it would be unlocked is if someone was to move in and become his roommate. Now, whether that's how they do it at that college, I don't know, but I did see where somebody had said that. Okay, so it says at approximately 5:27 a.m., the white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. And that's when they're saying he was going back to his apartment. So they're claiming that they did catch his car. I just don't understand if they caught his car on all these cameras, how come they could not get the plate off of it? Or did he just take his plate off of his car and drive it around and take the risk of being pulled over without a plate on the car?
It's one of those things you're going to have to watch the trial to find out.
I know, and it sucks. We got to wait till at least October now.
Well, let me ask you this real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the state is ready or was ready, let's say May 1st, to present their trial, their case? Because they already went in there and says we got enough to have him arrested. So that must mean we got enough to convict. And now they're pulling up for more subpoenas now. Am I right?
Well, they released some new documents that had the like the latest search warrants that they did, and those search warrants were like for different time periods. But by May the 1st, I don't know.
We can even go May 15th. When was those subpoenas signed by the court?
The latest ones that was put out.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see. They were. Let me go down. They're at the very bottom here. Okay, so they were signed. Well, it was an order to seal and redact. All of those were signed May the 31st, and that was just to say that they have to stay, like there's certain information there is to stay sealed and redacted. But those were done May the 31st.
And we still don't know if Bethany still has to meet with the defense in Nevada.
I'm wondering about that. Hey, Tonka, because, it was agreed upon that she would go talk to Bryan's attorney in Reno if they quashed the subpoena. So now that they're not having a prelim, did that get her out of that interview with Bryan's attorney?
I believe it did.
I mean, I would think so, because that was the only reason why she was agreeing, is so she wouldn't have to go testify at that prelim. So if there's no prelim, why would she need to go talk to the attorneys? Hey, Stevie, how are you? I don't know. Unless Ann Taylor jumped on it and went down to Reno, and as soon as that was agreed upon that she would meet with them, and she went down right then and did the interview. So she might have already done the interview. I don't know. Be interesting to see what all they talked about. Hopefully she didn't go down there and like try to intimidate her and all that.
No, she'll play nice person and just ask her some things that they want to know. Because, see, we don't know who made the 911 call or how many 911 calls there were.
Right.
And we don't know whose phone they came from, and if someone else is using that phone. That's what we don't know. So for some reason, and it convinced two judges that she's going to have to give what they call a deposition.
Well, did they call it a depo, or did they just call it an interview? Either way, I'm pretty sure it would have been the same thing.
Because I wonder if she has to get sworn in before she gives those statements. That's the only other problem I have.
Well, you know that if she is sworn in, then it has to be put on record. So there would have had to have been a court reporter there. If the way I understood it, yeah. So the way I understood it, if that happens, That's put on record. Therefore, the state can get that copy of that. Uh, but if she's not under oath, there's no record of it, then Ann Taylor can keep her notes to herself about what was said in that interview. So it's going to be very interesting to see if she did in fact do the interview with Ann Taylor. Philly Maniac and Big Al, how are y'all?
Hey, I was trying to
Hey guys.
show you what goes on with these security cameras because I had an issue last night in the parking lot,
Uh,
and I was going through video for an hour today trying to enhance it. It's kind of funny that you even brought the enhancing part up. I've got 4K cameras outside with LED paddles that you can purchase that when you look at them they don't shine any light, but they emit infrared light to
mm-hmm.
enhance your nighttime visibility. I
Right.
had a car that was no more than 25, 30 yards from a 4K camera, and I could not, no matter what I do, I cannot get the plate number off of it.
But it seems
And I
like
was,
FBI should be able to do that
well,
though.
it doesn't matter. It's still the camera that you're working with. You only have what the camera gives you, no matter how good they are.
Okay.
I mean,
So
you're thinking CSI TV shit. You know what I mean? Like we all do. We see it on
right.
TV, so why isn't it easy? I mean, I don't have a top of line security system, but it's not a cheap one either. And I was messing with it for a long time, and I was getting pissed because I'm like, God, I spent all this money. I can't. How come I can't get this guy's license plate?
Right.
And the reason I need his license plate is because he had a hole in the side of his engine block or something and dumped like a lot of oil,
Oh wow.
a ton of it, and I didn't see it happen. So I'm trying to figure out who made this huge mess that
Mm-hmm.
took me a couple hours to clean up today. I'm kind of
Some
pissed off they didn't at least leave a note.
so
Right.
some asshole fucking spilled a bunch of oil
A
out.
lot of oil, dude. Like a 10 feet in diameter circle
No
in my
shit.
driveway.
Oh man.
I mean, it's nuts. I was
Okay.
pissed. But I was
So
trying to figure it out. I was trying to log in through my phone and show you guys the monitor, but it doesn't come up well
okay.
enough.
Because even like the car model, like they're saying to in the beginning of 2011 to 2013, still haven't figured out somewhere before the PCA came out. Uh, they changed it to a 2000 all the way up to a 2016. Um, but if you have a guy that is looking at all these different cameras and of this suspect vehicle one, why not just show the public? If you're asking the public for help finding a white Hyundai Elantra, why show the stock photo of it?
Well,
Why
here's
not
the
just
thing.
show it?
If these images that they have are all nighttime images, they all suck unless
Because,
he's right directly under the camera.
because hey, Sally Mae, okay, you know the so they're saying that he came the next, well, the 13th, but later on that morning, like he left his house at what was it 9 o'clock, returned back home at 9:32. He was there from, was it 9:12 to 9:26 or something like that in at the house or in the area of the house. I wonder if that camera picked his car up during the daylight, if he drove back that same way.
Well, if we go back once again, okay, I'm here. If we go back once again to where we talked about, are those true traffic cameras? Or are they just there to so the public knows, oh, the roads are packed? Because the ones here in my city will pick up your tag number and you get a ticket in the mail if you run a red light.
Okay. I've got another account sitting in the back chat. I don't know if you can pull that up real quick.
Let's see.
All right. So that is a 2017 Ford Explorer sitting 13, 14 feet max from a 4K camera.
Wait, can I make that bigger? Because I can't see that. How do I make this bigger? Let's see. Nope, that didn't work.
I think you just pull mine up as the main image.
I did. It's not.
Oh, it won't get bigger.
Solo layout. Let's see if this works. Here we go. So with
So what I'm saying is that's a white Ford Explorer. That could be a Ford Explorer 2014 to 2022.
with
If
the
all
blue.
and you're literally, I mean, I'm no more than 15 feet from one of the better security cameras you can buy. Now, without having real time control over that camera to zoom in, that's as good as it gets because it's a nighttime image. If it was daytime, I'd get more pixels out of it.
right.
But on a nighttime image, that's as good as it gets. So when they say 20 whatever to 20 whatever, that's the problem, is because, I mean, you can't tell the difference between a 2015 and a 2022 unless you're looking dead on at the headlights or, certain different options that are on there or whatever.
Right. Hold on, I'm gonna remove it. I don't know. It just seems like it would have, because, like I said, somewhere the FBI realizes that they made a mistake, and I guess after they went back and closely looked at it or looked at it better or whatever, they realized it was the wrong year. And I just saw a question. Where did it go?
And that could be as simple as a tail light, the shape of the third brake light,
Yeah, I've
shape,
seen
the shape of the fog light.
there's been a couple of different people that I've seen on Twitter and on Facebook that has taken like the 2011, 12, and 13, and they've like put them together. And just glancing at them, there's like not a whole lot of difference. But if you start just really looking, there is one of them that's their, oh, I guess the reflector lights or whatever. Some of them are up by the reverse lights, but then if you look at the next year, they're like at the bottom part of the back bumper. Like there's just, it's almost like you have to literally put them side by side and look at each little detail.
Well, I can tell you this with Explorers,
Hmm.
all you have to do is look at the fog lights.
And they're different.
The white lights in the front and grill are different for every single year. No 2 years are the same.
So
But
I
unless you
want,
know to look for that, that's just with an Explorer. I don't know about the Hyundai. But if with my vehicle, well, my second car, the one I don't use for work, every other year has actual driving lights. This year,
uh-huh.
they're like frosted lights that really don't do shit.
Hmm.
Other years, it's like a light that when you turn them on, you can really see. These lights do nothing. I mean, they're just not. They're decoration, pretty much.
And Elizabeth said they worded the Elantra about the occupants to the public. Yes, they even made it sound like that there was more than one person, or that they had seen more than one person in the car. Whenever they first came out with it, wanting people to look for this car, they put it in the press releases that we think the occupants of this car may have important information about the homicides that night. They were in the immediate area of the house, like just all different kind of things. And it's one of those things that has changed since the beginning, and now it's completely different up to now. And like I said, I get that things change within an investigation, but these are like things that they were coming out with that they were completely sure of.
I would bet you that behind the scenes, the FBI has got people working on trying to enhance any video they have. But releasing it before the trial is just like all the other stuff we want to see and want to hear. They're not going to do it before the trial.
Right. That is true. I mean,
They didn't have to do it in the PC whatever. They didn't have to. They only needed enough to get him in jail.
that is true.
So I mean, we're gonna keep wondering and all this evidence. Like that's why I said I'm so excited about the digital evidence, because there's gonna be a ton of it. It's gonna be mind numbing when they start presenting it. If they present it all, if they even have to.
Hey guys, can I ask a question?
Sure,
So
Philly. Go ahead.
Yeah. So is this trial starting at the end of this year, or is it next year?
It's in October.
October of this year?
Yes, sir. Well, that's the last we heard, I believe.
Yeah, that's what it's scheduled for.
And is this going to be like the typical trial where they're going to keep pushing it back?
Well, it's a
Like,
death penalty trial, so I would fully expect some sort of delay.
yeah.
I do too, but I hope not.
I hope not too, but I would fully expect
Yeah, it's
somebody to
it.
be trying to slow it down because I mean
Because I can't wait for
his
this
life's on the
trial to
line.
start.
I
Like,
mean, if they do push it back, it's not going to surprise me. I
right.
just hope they don't.
I,
'Cause-
and I hope for the freaking families that they don't have to keep. I mean, you guys see how the families are are going on, you know, network TV
Mhm.
saying what, speaking their piece. And if they have to keep thinking about all those thoughts for like the next like year and a half, 2 years, like that's horrible.
I
Oh, for
can't
You
I
sure.
know?
can't speak for the family, but I know if it was my kid, I wouldn't care how long it took as long as they did it right. As long as
Yeah.
they did it right, and in the end, the right person pays for the crime in the way I hopefully want them to, whatever that is. I'd,
Right.
I'd be willing to wait to make sure that it's done right and something doesn't slide through the cracks and some shitbag doesn't get away with killing my kid.
Right.
Now,
But at the same time, you don't want to wait forever for that
Oh, of
decision.
course not. You want your justice. I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's best served warm, for someone who's grieving for sure. I just
Yeah. I
can't even
just feel,
imagine how the dads feel. My God.
yeah.
now the gag order came out after the PC, right?
Mm,
I think
yeah.
so. Yeah. Yeah, it was. I'll check Saluthi's timeline just to be sure.
Let's see. I think it did.
Her freaking timeline is so massive. It's
Mm.
almost hard to find anything I don't know.
What, when the gag order started?
Yeah.
Hold on. I
Well, when
can.
the PCA was in the gag order.
Okay, hold on. I can grab. Where's the timeline right here?
I left my cheaters down in the bar, so I'm like squinting on this thing. It's so small.
I think it was right after he got arrested. But let me. That was
Hey,
what,
and
the third.
I just want to say I appreciate you guys for keeping me updated on everything with this case. Like,
Oh, you're
th-
welcome.
and this channel is freaking the best channel.
Oh, well,
On,
thank you.
yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah,
And it's been a while since
she's
we've
kicking
seen you.
ass.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I work pretty early now, so like,
Oh, okay.
yeah. So I apologize. I haven't been around,
Oh,
but
no. I mean, I completely understand that.
I'm by like 9 o'clock. I'm like
Out for the
falling.
night.
I'm falling asleep watching Fox News on my couch. Like,
I fell asleep watching Gunsmoke, the old black and white ones.
Gunsmoke.
I was
Yeah.
watching that, and it's amazing the old stars. Most of them aren't here with us anymore, but like Patrick Swayze, you see him in there as a kid, and then you see the guy Kennedy. He's in there. The guy he played in there with Cool Hand Luke. That made him popular. That movie,
Right.
and he played in The Naked Gun. But you see so many stars when they were young in some of these old westerns or old TV
Yeah.
series from the 60s and
You know, it's
70s.
amazing. You know, it's amazing about that. So I was watching. So where I'm at, it's called Me TV, right?
Yeah, we
It's
have that.
yeah. So so I'm sitting here binge watching like Me TV, and it's like Gunsmoke and all these old, and I'm like, so back in the 50s and 60s, all these shows that our parents watched is like all like gunslinging, like it's all about like guns and cowboys.
Right, the true American hero.
Yeah.
Other
Or
than the founding fathers, they were the true American heroes. But the thing is, we didn't have the problems in school. There's no mass shootings back in the 60s and 70s.
right, right.
And there wasn't anybody walking in the theaters or in the malls
Could,
and going wild.
exactly. Could you imagine if like every other channel that we watch on cable TV was cowboys running around shooting people with guns? Like that would never fly, you know?
When I was a little boy, the Vietnam War was getting really hot. And you could go to the store, and I believe Mattel made it, but I'm not sure. There was a toy replica of an M16, and you could crank it up, and it made the same sound as a machine gun going off. And nobody got hurt back then.
Okay. The gag order came out. I don't have the exact date, but it came out a week after Bryan's arrest, which was December the 30th.
Is that the non-dissemination order?
Yes. Yeah,
'Cause I'm
some call
familiar.
it non-dissemination, others call it gag order. I thought it would have been in the on the website with all of the other
The
things.
non-dissemination order was on the 3rd.
Okay. So
Non-dissemination order signed by Judge Megan Marshall.
where is it at?
It's
Oh, here we
line
go.
382 in the timeline.
All right. And I was looking for the actual thing, but I got it right here. So it was ordered, see, January 3rd, 2023 at 4:58 p.m. Pacific time.
What?
That's when it was.
I was looking for the wrong thing.
I was looking for
That's
gag
why I
order.
couldn't find it.
Yeah, I was going through
I'm
the
feeling
website
stupid
with
right
all the
now.
document links, and I was looking for
Yeah,
gag
me
order,
too.
and I wasn't thinking about non-dissemination order.
I had to
Who did-
Google non-dissemination order. So
Hey,
there you go.
Chan. Teresa, how are you? Hey, Che, how are you? Jet Set, how are you tonight? Making sure
So
I'm
the
catching
gag
everybody.
order, does that mean either lawyer can't speak
Uh,
the case
the
at all?
yeah, let me pull it back
Lawyers
up
and
here.
anyone served with a warrant is what the definition says.
Does that include the
Service providers.
the two girls that were in the basement? Like
I don't
they
think
can't.
so. I think it applies to anyone that was served a warrant and the attorneys in the case.
It is okay. So here, I'll pull it up on the screen
Yeah,
because
the police department can't talk either.
yeah, they can't either because they did an original non-dissemination order, and then they came back and they amended it. And let's zoom it in. So number one, so the attorneys for any interested party in the case, which is going to be like the prosecutor, Ann Taylor, and that whole team. And that's where the Gonzalez family's attorney's coming in because he's not an interested party in the case, but he's needing clarification before he actually speaks out. So it's including the prosecuting attorney, defense attorney, and any attorney representing a witness, a victim, or the victim's family, as well as the parties to the above entitled action, including but not limited to investigators, law enforcement personnel, and agents for the prosecuting attorney or the defense, are prohibited from making extrajudicial statements, written or oral, concerning the case, except without additional comment, a quotation from or reference to the official public record of the case.
Wow, Lost, you're freaking awesome, man. Like, like
Oh, she's the
Thank you.
best.
she is like, how is she not on TV? Like seriously.
No, I couldn't do TV.
I think you and Sleuthy should do. I think you and Sleuthy should do a podcast.
I need to get Sleuthy back up here.
You're awesome.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I couldn't do TV because I have to do things my own way.
You can do a podcast. You should get a good producer, and you guys would kill it.
I couldn't do a producer either. I have to do things.
Yeah, you need someone doing your legwork for you. You can't do it all.
Well, her husband, right? Well,
Yeah, Troll could do it for me.
Troll. Yep.
You just need somebody you can trust doing your legwork, so when you present something, you know it's factual and it's not a maybe.
That is true. Sunset Gazing says, I think Taylor has something under her sleeve and she wants to get it done as soon as possible. I'm curious to know what the woman's got up her sleeve. I'm going to be honest.
Track marks. There's 174 people in here and only 69 people have clicked that thumbs up. Did you guys take 2 seconds and click the little thumbs up and help out the channel? If you're on your TV, hit the up arrow and then go over to the right to the little thumb and click it. You can even do it on your TV. It's not impossible. It helps the channel and it pushes it up in the algorithm and gets more suggestions to more people and brings in more opinions.
Hi, Shay.
She is wanting to know, what are you most looking forward to coming out of the evidentiary hearing? Motive. Which I know that.
Evidence.
Just
evidence. I want to hear what they got.
Yeah, I mean, like, I want to know what they got, but
I don't think it's going to give us motive, but it's going to tell us what they got.
I mean, I think everybody wants to know what the motive is.
Well, I just want to follow the science and the facts. I don't even know if they have to present a motive.
No, I don't think he's ever going to tell us. He's too.
I don't think they have to prove motive, but I still would like to know what it is. Like, what is his reason? Why did he have to do this to these kids?
Well, we'll never know that unless he testifies. And do you think he's going to testify?
They'll just say he's an evil monster.
I don't think his attorney will allow him to
I don't think so
testify.
either. I know I said before that I thought he would. I thought he'd force his way up there, but I don't think they're going to let him.
Oh, they better let him. If he wants to go up there and they tell him no, he'll have a mistrial.
Well, okay. they'll discourage him.
Ruthless Truth. Hold on one second, y'all. Ruthless Truth, you're more than welcome to stay in this chat, but please do not come in here spamming stuff. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I believe if he wants to go up on that stand and his lawyer says, no, you're not going up there, I believe, that's just my opinion. I don't know what the law says. I believe he would have a mistrial. So I'm thinking.
I think he would have a meltdown.
Well, they're not going to tell him no. They're just going to feverishly discourage it.
Yeah, they would be like, it's in your best interest that you don't. But I don't think she would want him on the stand. But then I can also see him wanting to go on the stand to tell the story his way.
Well, the defense attorney and, of course, BK got to get together and decide at what point, hey, we're losing or we're winning. I don't need to go up there. But we're losing so bad. What have I got to lose by going up there? I can see how this is. I mean, you can look, if you watch, the other attorneys are looking at the jury to get facial expressions. Like now, all of a sudden, they're experts at facial expressions and body language. And they can tell you, we've lost this trial, we won it. They're not always right, but that's what they're looking at. And then they may say, yeah, we need you to go up there. And I don't understand why Murdaugh went up on trial. I mean, went up on the stand. I thought that was awful.
Yeah. That's what I see whenever I think of Bryan going on the stand. That's who I think of is Murdaugh, because that was just like a
Murdaugh thought like he's like, I got no chance in hell from escaping this. Like,
could you imagine being a jury when the Bundy case was going on and he walks right up to you? Here's a guy that just took out, I don't know how many people.
I would fucking run.
And all of a sudden, he
That
puts
dude
his
walking
hand on that rail right there where you're sitting at, and he's sitting within 6 feet of you or
I would
standing there.
run. Yeah,
Wow.
no
I
way.
just, I don't know. I mean, I can see him wanting to. I just don't see either one of his attorneys wanting him to. I really don't. I just think that it would. I think they would be like, this is going to hurt us more than it's going to help us if you get on the stand.
Yep.
That's what I'm thinking. But then again, who knows? She may put him up there and be like, get up there and tell your side of the story. I don't know what he would. Ashes, I'm doing good, thank you. I don't know what his side of the story would be. You know, if the prosecution is proving in court to this jury that he's the one that done it. I don't know what he would get up there and tell them, but
The only thing I could think of was just throw someone else under the bus
yeah.
to create doubt by injecting someone else into the situation.
But I wonder though if he would do that.
Hey man, if your life's on the line, my life's on the line, man. I'll say just about anything.
But if you look at it like with Bryan and him, the whole ego and the narcissistic part of it, in his mind, is he thinking, well, hey Chi, if I tell on somebody else and tell that there was somebody else that done it, then they're going to take some of the camera action and they're going to get some of my attention, and so I'm just.
One thing you got to remember, he'll have spent almost a year in jail by then.
Yeah.
A year in jail will change a guy's attitude real quick when he realizes, holy shit, I might be in here for 60 years.
Because if June the 30th will be 6 months that he will be in jail since he's been arrested.
And 6 months is a long time in jail.
Yeah.
Especially in isolation.
Right.
It's a long time. That's
True.
an eternity. I mean, that is an eternity.
See. C is saying Payne has more motive than anyone. See, what do you think Payne's motive is? I'm curious to see what they say. Hey, Oops, how are you?
Whose motive?
Officer Payne, the one that wrote the PCA.
Oh.
HT, how are you?
I don't know if you noticed, but there was a ton of videos that dropped today on this, and they were all speculation.
Of the top Payne?
Their channels all over YouTube. It was just all. I didn't watch any of them.
Well, it gets worse every day.
Yeah, it's worse every day, and I was just reading thumbnails and looking at pictures, rolling my eyes, and just thinking, "Geez, I'm glad I don't have time to watch this."
I've seen a couple the last couple of days that's been kind of ridiculous.
They make my skin crawl just a little bit.
Let's see. Okay, so C is saying, so they're talking about for Payne, military background. He is a true incel tipped by these beautiful girls. Wait, how do we know Payne is an incel? He is the one who wants to, if he can get away with it.
That's a stretch. I'd like to know where those theories even come from.
Che, the PCA, I just think that it should have been. I think what gets me the most with the PCA is a lot of the wording in it, but it doesn't seem like it's in order.
It's not in order, but I think they did the bare minimum.
Oh,
they didn't want to tip their hand.
Yeah, they did just enough to get the arrest warrant.
And if they overwhelm the defense with 50-something terabytes of data plus all the other crap, I mean, let's face it, these lawyers want to win on both sides.
Right.
You know, lawyers win, they make more money. Lawyers are greedy people by nature. I mean, most of them, not all, obviously, but lawyers are greedy. They want to make more money.
This Payne officer, is he a corrupt cop, or he just has conflicting information?
I would have to know where the evidence is. It is no. See, don't apologize. I mean, it's just kind of far fetched to me to throw a cop under the bus because you don't like the way they wrote a report.
And I don't know if Payne is corrupt or not.
Oh,
So
she says Payne had the girl's cell numbers prior to the murders in his phone. I have not heard that.
Wait, see, where did you hear that from?
I would love to know where that came from, because that's a rabbit hole I'd jump down and do some research on.
Yeah,
I
because
have not heard that.
I've never heard that.
And no theory is dumb. The cop has Maddie's number during the noise complaint.
Let's see, during the one noise complaint, the cop. Oh yeah, because Maddie, but I don't think that was his phone, and I don't know if that was Payne or not. But I think that somebody that was in the house had actually called Maddie and brought their phone out to the officer.
Can you
Yeah.
imagine how long this trial's going to last?
Oh God, there's so much evidence.
2 fucking years, man.
I'm thinking altogether from the start of the jury selection to the verdict comes out, I'm gonna say 8 weeks.
What's your opinion on jury selection? You think it's going to be a circus?
Depending on if they're going for the death penalty or not.
I just can't imagine that with such a low population that they're going to have an easy time.
Oh no! I do think that it's going to get a change of venue.
You do?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do it in Moscow because honestly, it's between 25,000 and 26,000 people that live there. Majority of those are students. What do you think those students are going to have in their mind if they're called for jury duty?
Well, they're not going to end up in jury duty anyway because they'll fail classes because of it.
But just think of it though.
No judge is going to put a student on jury duty.
Yeah, anybody in Idaho is like guilty.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, just anybody from Moscow. Payne may have had their numbers.
Why do you think the school's called the Vandals?
The Vandals, yeah, that's true.
In every case now, Ellie is always painted as corrupt. That's the way society is now. Yeah, I don't know if he's really corrupt. Honestly, I haven't looked that deep into Payne. So for myself, I really can't say if he is or if he isn't. Now, he possibly did have their numbers from previous noise complaints. I know, I can't remember if they took Xana's number that night that they talked to her. I believe Kaylee gave her number, but I don't remember if Maddie gave hers or not.
You know what though? That's an interesting question because, like, think about how small this. Well, I don't know if you would say small, but how less populated the state of Idaho is. Like,
Right.
where
But-
if they moved the trial to a different part of Idaho, I mean, what are we talking about here? Like a different county of Idaho? that
No.
has
Like Boise, they would more than likely take it to Boise, to Ada County.
Idaho's 38th of the 50 states in total population.
Yeah, there's only 2 million folks living in
Yeah.
the whole state.
Yeah.
38th. I mean, that's pretty high on the list of. not a lot
Don't
of
they
people.
almost have to move it to a different state? Or
I don't think they
can't they
can.
do that?
No, because it's the state of.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
it's
would
a
have
state-
to be
it's a
within the
charge. They'd
state.
have to take it federal.
Because I'd seen where it was being said either moving it, if it did get a change of venue, possibly to Coeur d'Alene, and I don't know exactly how big of a place Coeur d'Alene is, either there or to Boise. I've heard those two different, but Boise's a larger place. It would be easier to pull jurors from there than it would Latah County.
Well, think about it. Look at the way we're talking about it. Can you imagine that this has got to be the topic of conversation in every city in the state?
Right. I mean, well,
It has to be.
look at it like this. You had Lori Vallow, then you've had Chad that's coming out next year, and you've got Bryan Kohberger.
Something in the water.
All the three high priority cases like this. Summer, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. It's 3 big, huge cases, and Vallow and Daybells is already going to be in Ada County, in Boise.
Can you
It's
imagine? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's they both are there because of it being so widely known that it's easier to pull a jury from there than it is these other little towns in these counties that they're actually from.
But can you imagine how many news reporters and how many different folks are going to be crowding that town? Where's the hotel room for all this? And where are they going to stay at?
Right.
Yeah, the Idaho is going to be a shit show of a mad scene. Like, if it's in the state of Idaho, there's going to be, like, forget about Texas, New York City, California, Los Angeles. There's going to be way more people in the state of Idaho, and they're not going to be able to handle that. Like, it's going to be it's almost going to be like the OJ trial. Think of it.
I think the current state of media in this country and the need for distractions. I think these big cases, all of the ones that Scarlett mentioned, are all going to be front page, front of the news, because it's going to hide other things that are going on.
Ashes, thank you so much for gifting those memberships. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Yeah, and even those 3 cases. I also forgot about little Michael Vaughn that's missing. Is also in Idaho. So there's 4 big things. Like if they were to find Little Monkey, which is what they call Michael Vaughn, and the people who took him and did whatever with him, that would be another huge one there.
And then you got certain counties, is it Washington or Oregon, that want to break away and join into the state of Idaho.
Yeah, Washington and Oregon. Sizable portions of both states.
Oh, yeah.
They've been talking about that for a long time. I guess it's actually like in motion now.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer. But if you go into northern Idaho, I'm telling you, they have militant camps.
Oh, there's songs called Northern Rednecks for not for nothing. I mean, there's a reason.
Hey, honey, how are you? Okay, I hear feedback. Or is it just me?
Oh, I heard it for a second too.
I'm hearing air. Somebody's got air rushing in.
Oh, hold on. It may be my fan that we hear. Okay. And another thing Ann Taylor can end up doing is all these news people that are going out trying to paint this narrative that he is in fact guilty without there being any evidence presented to prove it yet, or saying that he's an SK or he's this. She's going to end up saying that the media has said all of this, and she's going to try her best to get him off with that as well. Yes, Sally, I can slow it for y'all. So that's going to be another thing I think she's going to end up trying to do what she can to get him completely off of this. Hold on one second, y'all.
Hey guys, I'm going to crash, but it was nice talking to you guys.
So, okay, well, thank you for coming up.
Yeah, thank you, and
nice seeing you, Philly.
Yeah, thanks, man, and appreciate you guys and love you guys, and have a good night.
All right, you have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
What part of the trial you think is going to take the longest besides the network pings?
That's a good question.
I don't know.
Because I'm still stuck on that 8-hour 911 call.
I think that's going to be the first thing. I would think that's going to get. Well, I don't know. Let me take that back.
I don't know.
That's kind of a hard one, Riddler.
It really is. That Riddler. That
Riddle me this.
yeah, I was just
Boy
gonna
Wonder.
say that. You son of a bitch! God damn it! You took it from me, Riddler.
I don't. I
mean,
know that
how's the defense going to open up? We like to call our first witness.
I mean,
They're
who
gonna
is
open up.
going to
They're gonna
be?
go. "Doot-doot-doot-doot-doot-doot-doot." Welcome to
Who
the
is going to
circus.
be their first witness? I don't think Dylan or Bethany would be the first witness.
Coroner.
You think?
Yeah.
Because I think that 8 hours, I'm thinking that the prosecution is going to try to avoid that as much as possible, as long as they can.
Well, the defense will cross-examine the medical examiner and the coroner when the prosecution has them up there.
And
And-
Loaded Hot is saying the first officer to arrive would be the first witness. That could be
That's a
possible.
good theory.
Okay, those will be on the prosecution side, and of course they can recall.
Right.
They can still have them up there, but Dylan's going to have to take. Well, Dylan and Bethany are both going to be on that stand. And if I'm a defense lawyer, which I side more with prosecution, but if I was a defense lawyer, that's my time to show. That's the time to have the spotlight. That's the time I become a star.
Running Bear is saying that Payne will be first. And that could be true also because Payne is the one that wrote out the PCA to get the arrest warrant.
I'm not looking forward to seeing how mean Taylor ends up being to those kids.
Yeah, hopefully they don't get them up there and like try to.
I really hope that doesn't happen.
I don't think she'll be mean to him, but she's going to be firm.
She's gonna grill him if she's a good attorney and tries to get that guy off. She's gonna grill him and make him cry.
Well, right, but you don't want the jury to turn on you. Right. That's the one you got to convince.
Right.
Is that jury, and you're trying to make them your friend.
Vapor says the defense will call a DNA specialist first and then a cloud expert. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Riddler, you got my head going now because now I'm trying to figure out who's going to be the first one and what's going to be the longest part of it.
I think they're going to try and stay away from the cloud data because I think his devices are probably going to be what hangs him.
It's going to be one of his biggest enemies.
Yep. He forgot something. He's not quite as smart as he thought he was.
That and the knife sheath. That's going to get him.
And I was thinking about the footprint. Because y'all know me, I'm still hung up on the footprint. Okay, so they said that the footprint that they found was a latent footprint, and it was a diamond-shaped sole like that of a Van shoe. We already know that a lot of those kids on that campus wear Van shoes. Like, we've seen it on multiple, like, on the one body cam footage that they went the night that they had to talk to Maddie on the phone. The next-door neighbor answers the door she has on Vans. We've seen it multiple times. I'm wondering if maybe the dude that went into the house that they said was Ethan's friend, if maybe he might have stepped in blood, and when he's going to get Dylan's phone or just whatever, he might have stepped in blood and he stepped there and maybe they try to clean it up to get it. Could that be possible, y'all think?
Look how many people might have went. We don't know how many people went in that house.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe maybe one of them stepped in it and they were just like, trying to clean it up.
Well, here's where it hurts Kohberger. If it's definitive that they can tell exactly what size the shoe is and it's his size, that's trouble for him.
Yeah.
Because even if it's circumstantial and they can't 100% prove it was his, it sure looks bad when it's the same size that you wear.
And it going the same way that Dylan is saying that she's seen him walk by her room and go towards the back door.
Just like tire evidence in a couple of cases I've looked at. Well, yeah, it was the same kind of tire. We can't definitively say it was the same tire from the casting that we got, but it was the same type of tire.
Scarlett,
pretty damning.
Let me ask you this. When Dylan says she saw him walk by, where's he coming from? I know where he went to, but where was he coming from? Was it across the hall? Up the steps?
It would have had to have been from Xana's way because she says that she thought she heard crying coming from Xana's room and that she heard a male voice say, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." And then when she opens up her door, that's when she sees him walking. And her door only opens, like if you're outside of her bedroom door looking at her bedroom door, it would open, the handle would be on the right side. So when she would open the door from the inside of the room, she would be looking towards the living room that way. So he would have been coming from Xana's room, because if he'd have been coming from the steps, she would have literally had to have her head hanging out the door in order to see bushy eyebrows and what this dude looked like, because she would have never seen his face.
Now, do we know if she stepped out of the room or stayed in the room?
It doesn't say.
Yeah, see, these are all the questions we don't know.
Right.
And she saw him wearing a mask, correct?
Yeah, a mask covering his face and his nose, and she could see the bushy eyebrows.
That bushy eyebrow thing is kind
I,
of.
I
There's not
I
a
don't
lot
think
of people.
she's not gonna be able to identify him in court.
Not by eyebrows, no.
No,
Heavens,
there's no way.
But
Now
there's
it
not
would
that many people running around with giant caterpillars on their forehead.
no. Now if this
Unless you ran to
dude,
college, I mean, you'd stand out and look weird and get teased.
hey American Princess, how are you?
And Lord
Now
knows he hated that. Being teased wasn't his thing.
Now if he would have been walking through there and he'd have had like a limp or something like that, and she could have, you know, picked that out possibly. And Marie is in chat saying, I think his voice. I even mentioned that I've heard that maybe that's why he wasn't speaking, uh, as unless he was spoken to by the judge, was the only time he said anything, and it was always yes.
Maria, that's a super good point. Would they have to get a warrant for him
For
to
his
do an
voice.
audible lineup? Because I know they do that.
I don't know.
They'll get 10 random people and say, here, say this into the microphone.
Right, because it like okay, so Marie says she heard his voice. Get him to say, it's okay, I'm
I'm
here
here to help you.
help you, right. And see if she can tell his voice from other people, because they don't say if it was that she heard it was Ethan that said it, or if it was this other person, only that she heard a male voice saying, it's okay, I'm here to help you. See, I think his voice as well, that's why he's giving short answers. Yeah, because I mean he had to address or answer those questions when the judge asked him. He couldn't, like, you couldn't just sit there and shake his head yes or no or whatever. It had to be an answer to go on record. Um, hey Tad, how are you? But I think that's the reason why, or one of the reasons why possibly they stood silent. So he didn't have to get up there and say not guilty or whatever. I don't think he was ever going to say guilty, but just the point is.
So around 4 to 4:30, Dylan goes back into her room, right? Shuts the door, and we don't know what happens at that point.
I think it was well. They said that the car was seen for the last time leaving the house at 4:20. So I would say she saw him walking by her, going towards the back door between 4:15 and 4:18. Like, I mean, because you got to give him like a little bit of time to get out the door and back to his car, and then crank it up, back up, go where the camera catches him. So just that.
See, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What time do they have him coming in the house? 4:05?
Well, at 4:04, they're saying that he's seen pulling, going down the King Road past the girl's house, pulls up to the apartments in front of, I think it was number 52, back, coming down, stopping in front of the girl's house, trying to turn around, trying to park, going to the end of the road, making a 3-point turn. Like, all of this they're saying is they seen that at 4:04. So if he's doing all this and you go down and you make a 3-point turn and you come back up and you go and you park, that's going to put you in the house at what,
4:10 at the best.
Yeah, that's going to take a few minutes too. And then they see him leaving at 4:20.
So he did all this damage in 8 to 10 minutes.
I have such a hard time with that.
See, that's
It
what's
just seems so
throwing
fast.
everybody off.
For that much, it just seems so fast.
Right. That's why I think somebody else was driving the car and they had dropped him off earlier when they had seen that car come into that area the other times.
Okay, so now let's get to the point. Dylan and Bethany finally wake up, and now I don't know if they walked into the kitchen. When I saw that looked like helter skelter. That kitchen, it was just soaked in it, unless those were just images from shadows from the trees or something coming through the windows. But at what point do they call their friend to come over and check on Ethan?
That's a good question. Was it?
And then he arrives at a certain time, and then I guess it's him. I don't know who's making the 911 call at
I mean,
DA.
because and see, that's what I have a hard time with too. They're claiming that these Snapchat chat room things were going on at 9:30, 8:30, whatever time it was that morning. And one of this person, Dave, who came out, allegedly is part of the Sigma Chi house. So you mean to tell me that a Sigma Chi member, that also Ethan and his brother are a part of the same fraternity, this dude knows about this, but Ethan's brother didn't know about it that early in the morning? Because y'all know that if Ethan's brother would have knew about it and the sister would have knew about it, 911 would have been called before 11:58. It's almost like certain individuals, if it is true, only certain individuals were made aware of it. And for whatever reason those individuals didn't call 911 early makes no flipping sense at all. And I have not seen one of these people who have come out and claimed that all of this information was being said at 8:30. I've heard 9, I've heard 9:30, I've heard 10:30. Where is the screenshots of these conversations happening at that time?
Well, I think if they went to the houses around theirs and got camera footage, we'll know.
But then that
Vehicles were
comes,
pulling up at the house, or for all we know, there's a camera pointed directly at that house, and there's video of everything that happened.
then why didn't those kids call 911?
I can't say.
That's what don't make sense. Like,
It doesn't make sense.
like why would y'all not call?
If I saw someone in my house with a mask in the middle of the night, I would shoot them or call the cops. One of the two.
I'm not gonna, and don't, once again, I get she might have been scared, but she had to have seen something that made her scared. But why wait 8 hours?
No, the 8 hours doesn't make sense. Nothing you tell me is going to make that make sense, ever. No excuse. 8 hours does not make sense.
It's not. As Sally Mae says, I don't think we're going to figure it out. Sally Mae, I agree with you. It bothers me because these 4 kids were laying there. And I'm going to put a trigger warning out for what I'm about to say. And I'm not going to try to, I'm not going to be graphic with it, or try not to be. But when you have 4 people who have been murdered, like these 4 kids were, the smell alone in the house. That's all I'm going to say, because I don't want to get too graphic with it, because I know some people it bothers. But how do you stay in a house with that smell? That's what. How does? I don't understand it. In any way that any angle that you think about that 8 hours, it don't make sense. There's 8 hours with the smell. And don't get me wrong, it may take an hour or two for the smell to get really bad in the house to the point that you just can't take it. Almost your nose is going to be burning. But you have that. You have all these kids that allegedly were at that house that early in the morning who knew about it, who were talking about it on social media, but none of them called 911. Why?
Yeah, the nobody calling 911 thing, you're never going to make it make sense to me.
It doesn't. And Taylor makes a point here. With the door open, it was probably freezing. It was
Agreed.
what was it we said the temperature was? Hey, left-handed. It was like 20s at night.
Anything under 30 and it's cold in the house.
And so were these girls not freezing? Even if their doors were shut, you're still going to get air coming underneath the door into your room. It's just, I think, the Riddler, I'm going to be honest now that I'm thinking about it, I think that 8-hour thing is, I think that's going to take up a good bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. Bodies don't smell
it's going to
right
be the
away.
first. It's going to be the first bit of reasonable doubt in this case.
I just, Freya says you get used to the smells. Now, and Loaded Hot said the bodies, there won't be a smell right away. It takes a while.
I disagree. If you've ever gone hunting, in a party, and you've been in, say, a garage or a shed when you're cleaning
Animal,
game,
yes.
After about 45 minutes of that, the smell of iron
From the blood, yes.
from the blood will make even the strongest people a little bit queasy. I've seen more than one person leave my garage during deer season.
That is true.
And say, can't do it, sorry.
The
happens every year.
Now, I do get what Loaded Hot is saying. The body themselves probably won't.
Yeah, that's
especially with it being cold. But the blood, like I said, I'm not trying to be graphic tonight, y'all, or anything like that. But the blood itself, and as much as I would expect to be in there from this, yeah, you would be able to smell it.
It's a lot.
Yeah,
we should probably just leave it at that because we're freaking chat.
And now the doors being open could have drafted a lot of it out.
Okay. But it also would have made it cold.
But it would have made it cold. True. So it's like I said, any angle that you look at when it comes to that 8-hour gap doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you leave my door open here in Minnesota in November, I'm going to notice pretty quick.
Yeah. I mean,
in under an hour, I'm going to be shivering in my bed going, what the hell?
Yeah. I mean, even in Louisiana, when it doesn't really get that cold, but just a few nights out of the year, it still would get cold in our house. And so I can't imagine with it being up north, how it would be. In 8 hours, it's a long time. It really is. And I
agree with C. 8 hours is a lifetime, especially in a situation like this. That's a long time.
And I'd seen somebody had asked earlier in chat, do we really know if Bethany was at the house that night? Now, according to the PCA, she was home by 1 o'clock. I still question the whole thing just based off of things that she's seeing about Ethan and Xana and all this and that. So that I don't know, but I have questioned that.
You should question it because, I mean, really all we know is that her device was there. Unless someone's saying they saw her. Are they just going off the warrants on their devices? And what their locations were? She could have left her phone there.
Right. See, Vapor said, I'm sure that they had the heat on, which would have created a horrible smell. Yes. Just think of bullet.
If there was a cold air return in any of those rooms, it was circulating that through the HVAC system.
Yeah. And it's, I couldn't imagine.
My goodness, if I cook fish in the house, you can smell it.
Oh yeah, it's just certain things have a lingering odor, and that's one of them.
I tell you, my mom used to leave the house when my dad would cook liver.
Yeah, my mom
She,
can't stand the smell of it either. So
she would get in the car and leave, or she
so
would get sick.
just imagine four people and that much of it. There, she might have been scared. I will give her that because if she was scared, I can't blame her. You know, she's young. She's probably never experienced anything close to that. I get she was scared. But when you go to smelling something like that, you know that something's up. Especially if you live in a house and you've never smelt that before, you got to know something's up.
I dropped a link in the back chat. I don't know, sometime if you're interested about reading about vocal lineups. There's a paper out of England, out of the UK. It's
Okay.
pretty extensive. Not really worth. I don't think. I mean, it's a lot of uh, technical speak of something that none of us, I don't think, he knows anything about. But it in short, it basically says it's really hard to do an audio lineup and have it be fair.
Okay.
Because you've got to find certain people that sound very,
Like,
very similar at certain. I know we have an audio person in here. Everybody's voice is at a different hertz. And you have
right.
to find 5 people that are really, really close.
Well, I
Or
mean, he could very easily, like, let's just say he is the one that said, it's okay, I'm here to help you. He could very easily change everything about just the pitch of his voice and how loud it was said. He can change all that.
yeah,
Hey, Gina
considering he has
Marie,
no online presence, I mean, there's no video of him anywhere. I mean,
except for his rap song that he put out. But
well, I'm sure he's got some voicemail replies or
oh, there
audio
is
replies on social media or something
there
that are out
is
there. But
there is the one though that the woman who cuts his hair, she did release the voicemail that he had left her whenever he called to schedule a hair appointment, and he was just like, "This is Bryan. I was wondering if you could cut my hair or something to that effect." So it was like
well, then
a
they do have his
short,
voice print.
yeah. So it was very short. Just asking if about scheduling an appointment to get his hair cut or whatever, and that was after the murders. And so they do have that. They also have the rap song that he put out. I don't know if they could use that or not
Is
because
there
of
a link for that?
music.
Because I have not heard that yet, and that's
Does
I'm very
anybody?
intrigued.
I've heard it one time. Does anybody have his the link to his rap song? I believe it was on his. Was it his Spotify? I believe. Let's see. I can tell you from experience in the time of crisis, your first thought is to call for help. Running Bear, that's what I would have thought. But like I said, she is young. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt. Hey V, how are you? Um, she's young. She's probably never had to experience not people being murdered, but just anything that has to do with death. Um, she probably had to process what she had just saw and what she had just heard, but it's still the 8 hours. I could get 2 hours, like I said the other night. It's Sally Mae. It's Bryan's rap song, Bryan Kohberger. And I want to say that it's on his Spotify, I believe.
Please, dear God, tell me it's not gangster rap.
I've heard it one time. There's. I want
He
to say
does not have the face for any type of gangster rap.
it's. I wouldn't say it's. No, it's not really gangster rap, but
It's just rhyming rap.
it's he. I don't even remember exactly what it says.
Somebody's
But
got to have it.
It's
There's 248 people in here. One of you guys has got a link to this thing. I got to hear it. You're killing me.
I believe he says something about his mom in it, if I'm not mistaken. One of my short. Okay, so King Scarlet says it's one of her shorts on her channel.
All right, Pink Scarlet, I'm about to start creeping on you.
All right, Summer Watson said it's on his Spotify and it's horrible. It really wasn't good. But they do have there is that of his voice and there is the voicemail that the lady who cuts his hair put out.
And I'm wondering if the defense is going to say, hey, that whole house, the evidence is all contaminated.
I would think so.
People walking in and out.
Because there's no telling how many people went in and out of there just from daylight till the time that the 911 call was made.
And first responders, did they have booties on their feet when they went in there?
There is a video showing that they went in and out. And Gigi, I seen that I got an email from you, but I haven't been able to check any of my emails the last few days. But I'll try to get to it tonight. But there is a video that shows them going in and out. And King Scarlet, drop your YouTube link. I'm sorry.
Thank you, King Scarlet. It needed that.
There is a video of them going in and out of the house. They do have booties on, but there is also a video of them inside the house that someone took while they were in the living room. And they're kind of like looking around at something on the floor. And some people are speculating that it could be a body. We don't know if it is or not, but whatever it is on the floor, they're stepping over it. They have a buccal swab, one of the ladies do, and she bends down with a buccal swab, but they don't have anything on their head. Like there's no like covering. There is one lady that's in what do you call it? The Tyvek suits, the white Tyvek suits, but she doesn't have the hood part up over her head. And I had read and was reading an article today, and part of it says like that whenever crime scene investigators come into a crime scene like that, hey Red Bull, how are you? They can even, if they're not careful, they can even leave their DNA and it can contaminate the thing. And oh snap, Sharon, yeah, there was no hair nets, no nothing that they had on. And so what happens if one of their hairs,
DNA, one sneeze and their DNA is everywhere?
Exactly. So just think of all these kids, and until I see proof that there was kids in that house, I'm going to say allegedly because I don't know if that's true or not. But allegedly, there was these kids in the house. If it is true that Ethan's friend, Hunter, checked his pulse and let's just say he checked it on his wrist, and he had to move Ethan's arm or pick Ethan's hand up to check it or whatever. He just contaminated it. Not meaning to. It's a natural reaction if you see somebody like that and you check their pulse. But then it's contaminated by all these kids in and out.
Yeah, I got to bring up a point about today's kids while you're talking about the kids.
Okay.
I have been watching all of these random people getting jumped on the street and, all just random crimes that someone always finds a way of filming it.
Right.
What are the odds that one of these kids opened up the camera app on their phone if they were actually in the house before law enforcement? And there's pictures or video of the crime scene.
Yeah,
I would think that as morbid and screwed up as some people are these days, where they'll actually film someone getting beat down rather than put their phone in their pocket and help them. I would say there's probably a good chance if there was someone in the house that they did do that.
Yeah.
That's what people do these days.
I had brought that up a while back. I don't know, like maybe a month or two ago. That I hope that because I haven't seen any pictures that people like the media or people on social media or whatever has said that they've seen like in the crime scene of the actual kids. And I had even brought that up that I hope that nobody that went into that house being the kids took any pictures or video.
I remember seeing the picture of John Benet Ramsey laying there. And I just thought that was awful to be on the internet. But
right.
People are screwed up, man. They are.
And there are people who will get something like that, and then they will try to sell it to the media. And I haven't seen that. And so I'm not saying that that's what the kids did or anything like that if they did go in there. But it just seems funny that just the kids knowing we haven't even seen a screenshot of any of these conversations. As screenshot happy as people like to get these days, there's no proof of any of these conversations.
Yeah, I just saw a thing on Twitter today about somebody filming someone getting pushed onto a subway track,
Oh, wow.
and they never even flinched. They just filmed the whole thing.
Well, I saw one where there's 3 Marines that were getting beat up by a bunch of youth.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Yeah, that's
Too. They were shooting fireworks at him and they asked him
Oh,
to stop.
by the way, the plane that violated the Washington, D.C. airspace,
Mm-hmm.
it crashed in Virginia, and there's no survivors.
Yeah, I heard about that earlier. That the F-16 pilot said that whenever they got it to the plane, they could see that the pilot was passed out. So prayers to all of those. I don't know who was on it or where they were going or coming from, but prayers to their family.
Oh, that's the sonic boom videos that are floating around on Twitter. I haven't seen the news all day. I was busy all day.
They said that the F-16s got sonic clearance, is what I seen on one place to try to get to the plane because they didn't know what was going on with it. But I did read that there was like 4 people on board of the plane. So prayers to their families, whoever they are, wherever they were going, or whatever. Candy, I don't know. I read that there was 4 people on board. So I'm pretty sure tomorrow there will be more information that comes out. But either way, if it was just one person, prayers to their family. Okay, so I have a question. Okay, so this was just brought up to me, and it's kind of funny, but it's not really kind of funny. All right, so y'all know that I showed y'all the picture of Emma Bailey next to Bryan and how much they look alike. Okay, bushy eyebrows and all. Do y'all think that Ann Taylor is going to come out in court and throw up a picture of Emma Bailey and say that she could possibly be the person with the bushy eyebrows?
I don't mean to laugh.
Well, she could do this to Dylan. Was it a male or female? Are you sure? How do you know it was a male? Let me show you some females with bushy eyebrows and a mask. I'm sure she's going to get pictures like that and throw different ones up there. Once again, put doubt in the mind of the jury.
Well, I mean, just think of like the media stuff that's coming out about Bryan and this and that. Could they give Ann Taylor that idea to do that?
Well, here's the thing. If the prosecution has enough DNA evidence or digital forensics and they don't have to focus on that, then they won't focus on it. If they know it's not something they can prove and it's just going to give the defense a softball and another way to create doubt, then why focus on it? Why not focus on something you know you can prove?
This girl, Emma, where did she work at?
Well, it's been said that she was a DoorDash delivery person. I have not seen any proof of that, but she's also like the Moscow drug person, is what's being said.
And what a great cover for a drug dealer.
Exactly. Taxi driver.
Yeah, taxi driver or food delivery.
Yeah, I don't know if that is true though. If she was the DoorDash, or if she was or whatever. And I'm not saying she was the one who was a DoorDash delivery person for that night for Xana. It's just been said that she did work for DoorDash.
Do we know what Xana's order was?
No.
Because if she ordered a side of something weird, give me 3 tacos and a side of peanut butter. Might be as simple as something like that. As you got a peanut butter order here. Well, there you go. Somebody needs some drugs.
So yeah,
I've known plenty of pizza guys that have sold pot.
Yeah, and Daddy Joe, I've heard that it was a guy. I've heard that it was a girl. they came out and said, I think in the beginning that it was, or not in the beginning, but that was the first thing they said whenever a description of the DoorDash person, that it was a female with black hair.
Is there a DoorDash warrant?
Uh,
I don't remember seeing one.
Hold on, let me go back and look. I don't think there is. Let's see. Amazon, Apple. No,
I
I don't see
wonder
anything.
why the hell
Oh,
not.
yes, there is. Hold on.
Okay, I was gonna say that.
Yeah, let's see. When did it come out?
But here's the thing about DoorDash. Here in the closest city to me that has DoorDash, I have 2 friends that are married.
Mm-hmm.
Your DoorDash is tied to a phone. The husband and wife run the same DoorDash account. Whoever's got time turns on the DoorDash, gets in the car with the phone, and goes and DoorDashes for 3 or 4 hours. So DoorDash doesn't necessarily prove without other
who the driver actually is or
who it
whatever.
actually was.
Okay.
It's
there is
a device that user is tied to.
All right. Well, there was a DoorDash warrant. It was obtained on December the 6th. It was served on December the 6th. Then December the 7th, they got the email from DoorDash, which contained the requested information. Let's see, what did they get? So
user information.
Hold on, let me grab this real quick. Let's see. Last Breadsticks, thank you so much for that super chat. And said, this case makes my head spin. Will be interesting to see where it goes. For sure. It's like a whole new thing every day that comes out, or people are putting out that is facts with no proof to back it up and all that. Okay, so the warrant return for the description of the property of 1122 King Road, which is the girl's house. But let me see what the warrant itself says that they're looking for. Okay, so let's see. So Lawrence Mowry, having given me proof upon oath, the state showing probable cause establishing ground for issuing a search warrant and the probable cause to believe that the property referred to and sought in or upon said premises consists of information related to the investigation of the November 13th homicides that occurred at 1122 King Road. All information in your possession or control related to sales, delivery, purchases, and or transactions made to 1122 King Road for the period of January the 1st of 2022 to the present. And they're wanting to know all dates and times of sales, dates and times of deliveries, purchases, and or the transactions, name and identification of the driver, a full description of the vehicles used, any and all communications between the drivers and the purchasers, and so located in or upon the following described premises. So they've gotten that information back, so they know everything about that person who...
Here's what I don't see.
What's that?
Where did she order from? And where's the warrant for the security footage from that location?
So it's been said that it came from Jack in the Box that night, or that morning.
So my question would be: where's the warrant for Jack in the Box for who picked up the food to verify who the DoorDash driver was?
Wouldn't that be in this one?
I don't see Jack in the Box mentioned anywhere.
No, but it does say date and time of sales, deliveries, transactions, the identification of the driver.
Doesn't compel Jack in the Box to turn anything over.
Let's see. And I don't think there was one for Jack in the Box, but let me go back and look.
And I hate to be hypercritical, but I'm just kind of thinking, if you work your way backwards, okay, so they get the DoorDash driver. Did the DoorDash driver drop and leave? Take a picture and leave? Or did they hand it to somebody?
Right.
Because I know here, they don't hand anybody anything. They set it on the doorstep or set it in the location requested, take a picture of it, and leave.
Yeah, and there's not one for Jack in the Box either. I actually don't see any on here for any
Well, what time did she call for the order or put the order in? Text her, however she did it.
Okay, so the Jack in the Box took orders until 2:45 that morning. Even though they're open 24 hours, they close their kitchen down for a certain period of time to clean. And then they have it open back up and ready for like the breakfast run or whatever. So when I had went in and looked at the Jack in the Box for their orders, it says all orders have to be in by 2:45 in the morning. So I'm assuming before 2:45 or around that time, it has been said that for whatever reason that night it was running late, and that's why she didn't get her order until 4 o'clock.
King Scarlet said that Jack in the Box would just show him the footage. Now, I agree with you on that, but if they, in a death penalty case,
Yeah,
they're
they
going
would
to want to
have
do
to
that by
have it,
warrant.
right?
They're going to want to do that by warrant. They're not going to just want to say, well, we went to Jack in the Box and here they gave us this. No, they're going to want to do it by warrant so they can cross all their T's and dot all their I's. I would think any evidence that they're going to present, they would want to have chain of custody and, every bit of this evidence is important.
So she orders at 2:30 or 2:45 at the cutoff, and it arrives at 4 o'clock. It's about right, isn't it?
Hour and 15 minutes. I mean,
yeah, for Jack. I'm talking about DoorDash.
Yeah, that's hour. It's usually an hour in Brainerd, which is the closest big city to me that has it. It's about an hour.
Let's see. Jack in the Box, Moscow, Idaho. The police reviewed everything and supposedly cleared DoorDash. Wait, there's a Jack in the Box in Moscow? I thought the closest one was Pullman. I thought when I looked that up, there wasn't one in Moscow.
No, I read that it was the closest one was Pullman.
Did one of them close down?
What do you mean one of them closed down? Like
no longer in service? The one in Pullman's the one that was operating, but not the one in Moscow.
Well, the one in Pullman, yeah, it's a 24-hour. But no, it says that there's one on Pullman Road in Moscow. So maybe just the one that was open that night for it was open 24 hours was in Pullman. But it shows here there's a Facebook page for the Moscow Jack in the Box. But I could have swore I read that somewhere that there wasn't.
According to Google, it's permanently closed.
Yeah, I thought one of them was permanently closed.
Okay, well maybe that's it then.
According to Google, the one in Moscow, Idaho, on Pullman Road is permanently closed.
Okay. So Ethan got the food. It was spilled all over the kitchen. Let's see. I'm trying to just catch up in chat real quick. And if y'all have not done so, please go hit the thumbs up. Hey, D22, how are you? If y'all don't mind, so we can get the likes up. It shows we have 256 people in here with 114 likes.
Somebody's not getting the job done.
Turquoise, how are you? I've seen a thing a minute ago.
Click that like. Click that like.
Aurora Rain, how are you? And if I've missed anybody coming in, I do apologize.
You better get used to missing people coming in.
Yeah, because
they're getting up to 200-300 people. You're not going to catch them all. You're not Superwoman.
Yeah, but I can still at least say hi to them.
You're trying. I get it.
Let's see, they got food. They received the food.
Too.
The bag. I'm wondering though, if the bag that there is the picture of the Jack in the Box bag, because we don't know if it really came that night or if that's from another night. But I'm wondering when that bag was from. Because it literally looks like it was just opened and it's either got like trash sitting in it or the food is still in it and was never ate.
That's one by the sink, right?
Yeah, because there's a picture of it by the sink and then there's another picture of it on the table where they took the picture of where it's by the sink. There's also a cup there that's like half full and there's I think a plant that was knocked over or something like that. And then there's another picture of that same drink, a Jack in the Box bag, the plant, bowls, and everything else is then sitting on the kitchen table. right there at the window, and somebody took a picture of it from outside through the window. Let's see. College. Remember the college students? They don't clean up nothing.
That's very true. It is. That's very true.
I mean, it's a college house, you know.
I would
They
not
eat-
want to see pictures of the last place I lived when I was in school. I can remember it in the back of my mind how bad it was, and I remember my mom coming in one time and going, "You guys live like this?"
I think that's like probably every college house
Most
there
of them.
is. Yeah. Let's see. Turquoise says, I've always wondered about the spilled plant and seen a new pic tonight of window and kitchen, not screen door. There is a window. I can't remember if it's right over the kitchen sink or off to the side a little bit. There was a plant. It's like a little bitty small plant in uh, a pot that had been turned over and there was like dirt spilt on the cabinet. I don't know who spilled it or how it got spilled or whatever, but I did see that as well. Okay, let's see. The Moscow Jack in the Box is open. So I just looked it up. It says open any, and even says open right now. I would email it to you, but can't see the email. Okay, hold on, Betty Jo. I'll drop my email in the chat for you.
Yeah, the Richard. I've never ordered DoorDash. I ordered Grubhub a few times before I quit my real job when I was on the road, but never DoorDash. So I don't know what kind of receipts they give.
Yeah, we don't. Where I live at, we can't get anything like that here. So that's I honestly know nothing about DoorDash except for what I have read with this case. Okay. Hey, Dory. See, we
I know
also
from what
hear.
I've heard from business owners, it really screws your pricing up.
Oh wow.
It adds like 30%, or
So
they take 30% or something.
Dory says we also hear him speaking to a female officer. Oh yes, Dory, I forgot about that. Not December, October 14th, when he got pulled over by the female cop for, was it blocking the intersection or whatever? I forgot about that. That's when he was kind of wanting to argue with her a little bit and was like, "Well, we don't have crosswalks in Pennsylvania."
Bullshit.
Yeah, he said he said that they didn't have crosswalks in Pennsylvania, but there was two lines or something. I don't know how he was trying to explain it, but I think he was trying to say it was a crosswalk, but maybe they don't call them crosswalks. But I forgot about that until Dory just brought it up that he does speak on that body cam footage. Coffee and Conversations, how are you?
There's a difference between there not being crosswalks and people just not giving a shit.
Well, he got pulled over because he basically was blocking the intersection. I think the way it was explained by him is that he was behind another car. He went through the green lights, but then it ended up turning red while he was still stuck in the part of his car was stuck in the intersection or whatever. And so that's why she pulled him over. She didn't give him a ticket or anything. She kind of explained the law to him. And he claims that they didn't have that. He apologized and all that. Julie Bailey, how are you?
Boy, if you listen to his rap song, he's a devil.
I've heard it.
It's
one
hilarious.
time.
I saved the link just in case I need a laugh later. He's gonna kill people, and he's the devil.
Didn't he say something about his mom in it?
All I heard was will kill you, and I'm the devil. And I was like, oh boy, that's not gonna sound very good in court. They'll be playing that one in court, I guarantee it.
So the whole thing of Ann telling him don't talk so your voice can't be identified by Dylan.
Yeah,
That I just
voice.
Yeah, it's already out there. I completely forgot about the body cam footage, so that throws that idea out. Let's see. Bunny Lynn Thomas, how are you? So you said that they do not have crosswalks in the rural area they lived. Okay. Hey, sweet Melissa, how are you? See, the Jack in the Box in Moscow is closed. I tried to call. Are they closed, Vapor, for good, or are they just closed
Google
because it's
says
after?
permanently closed.
Okay.
That's what Google says.
See, we are a group of people.
Do you remember when everybody was calling that nightclub
Oh,
two girls went to, and they're trying to find out who Adam was?
the Corner Club.
Yeah, the Corner Club.
Yeah, they were calling there, and they were calling the restaurant. And
There was people outside the Corner Club with their cameras looking through the little bitty window in the door. Let's see, Ian Taylor gonna have a hard time defending him, in my opinion. Yes, the vape shop. People went by there. A couple of different people trying to ask questions, and I believe that they said that the guy that was there that talked to Bryan Inton and told that story was no longer working there. Now, the lady who told that, she could have just been saying that so people would stop coming by trying to talk to him or whatever. But so there was the vape shop, there was the grub truck, the Corner Club, Jack in the Box. Where else?
Well, let me ask you this question. How about when the two girls are walking down the sidewalk, they're getting ready to approach the food truck.
Mm-hmm.
And is it Jack Showalter? Is that the guy that's with them?
That is what everybody is saying, but I don't think law enforcement ever come out and actually confirm that. I think that's who it is too, but I just always call him the hoodie guy.
Okay, and then she's, I think it's Maddie. What did you tell him? I told him everything.
Mm-hmm.
Then he makes a comment, or
Yeah.
somebody does. You don't think Ann Taylor's not going to have them up there? Have him? Can't bring the girls up there, but have him up there on that stand. What was that conversation about?
Yeah.
If she hadn't already interviewed him.
Right. Yeah. Now, Kaylee's dad said that the conversation that was what Kaylee and Maddie were talking about, as far as what did Maddie tell Adam, was it that she was telling Adam that Kaylee wanted to get back with Jack D. Now, we don't know if that's true or not because we wasn't there. We didn't hear the conversation. But I'm going to believe what the dad says until I hear differently than what some people are putting out there that conversation was. Because there's people out there saying that conversation was Maddie told Adam what she did with some drugs. And we just don't know if that's true or not.
Now, how would the dad know what the conversation was? Jack told him?
I would think probably Jack D would have told him, because Jack D, which was Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, and Adam were roommates.
I'm so tired of hearing about the drug thing.
I mean, hey Andrew, how are you? And thank you for subbing up and welcome. Yeah, it's people are saying that they know for a fact that is what is said, but yet you don't know for a fact because you wasn't there that night. You don't know if that's what Maddie told Kaylee. That is just hearsay at this point. And like I said, I'm going to believe what the dad says until it comes out otherwise. And if it comes out that that was a conversation that was had, then okay then. But we don't know that to be a fact. And it's just kind of being disrespectful to Maddie saying that she did that when you don't know for a fact.
I hope when this trial starts, nobody bothers me. I don't get any appointments that I have to be sorry, because I'm going to stay glued on this trial.
That's what I told my husband. I was like, I'm not during the day if they do live stream it, I ain't going nowhere. If something happens, we just gonna have to go at dark because I ain't going when it's live streaming. And Tonka, I agree with you. And see, it's entirely possible for Steve to not tell what the actual conversation was because he could be protecting the case. That is
Yep,
true.
I agree with that too.
And like I said, I'm gonna if he's saying that that's what that conversation was, then I'm gonna go with his what he said because I think he would have better firsthand knowledge of what was said based off of what Jack could have told him and or Adam because they were roommates and Jack spent the first 3 nights at the Gonzalez's house after the murders. Then I'm gonna believe some random person on social media.
And these parents want nothing more than a conviction, but they want it done right so it sticks.
Exactly. See, I believe that Steve G said that they have talked to Adam and Jack about it. I know that they talked to Jack about the whole thing. I mean, Kaylee's mom had said that he spent the first 3 nights at their house. Um, I'm pretty sure they talked to Adam as well. See, Steve also said that he had known about. Yes, they did say that they knew about the video for a while. Hold on just a second, y'all. Y'all go ahead and talk amongst yourself for just a second.
Well, so far the dad seems to be shooting from the hip. So,
Like I said, though, I think of all the people that want this to be done the right way, it's the parents.
yeah.
So they're not going to do anything to jeopardize anything. They want this done, over with, and whoever did it in jail and or facing the ultimate penalty as quickly as possible, so they can grieve and try and partially put this behind them. They'll never put it behind them. I mean, they lost children.
Yeah, but they don't want to go relive it again in a courtroom and
Right.
through the press.
Left-handed, there's not an insanity plea in the state of Idaho. Now, I do believe they can have him evaluated, and if he has some type of mental illness or anything like that, I believe it can be brought up, but he can't plead not guilty by reason of insanity.
Well, if I was going to evaluate him, I'd just play that rap song and go, Your Honor, obviously this guy's batshit crazy.
But I mean, Ann Taylor may have him evaluated. If
I'm sure if it's in his benefit.
Yeah, just to see if there is some type of mental illness, because that could, if there is, they could use it like as far as taking the death penalty off the table, or
Yep.
even possibly helping with his the sentencing part of it if he is found guilty.
Certainly not going to stop a conviction, though. I don't
Probably not. No, but if he is convicted, it could possibly help with the guilty part or the sentencing part of it, because like with Lori Vallow, she was found incompetent to stand trial. She had to go to the state hospital. She was there like 9 or 10 months, and finally they found her competent. She goes to trial. She's found guilty. Well, the judges now came out and said, I want a pre-sentence. I can't think of exactly what it was called, but it's maybe, I don't think it was an evaluation, but it's called something where he wants to know all about her social life, her any type of mental health problems that she has, and all that. And he's going to take all of that in that report, a pre-sentence report, I believe is what it's called. And he's going to take all of that, and he's going to take into consideration what that report says into her sentencing. And so I'm sure that's what's going to happen with Bryan as well.
Now, he had this, what is it called, snowflake vision?
Snow vision?
Yeah, snow vision.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's go back to Dylan again. She says she heard him say, I'm here to help you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't worry, I'm here to help, or it's okay, I'm here to help you, or something to that effect.
Was he saying that to her, or did she hear him say that in the other rooms?
The way it says in let me pull up the affidavit. I'd rather read it off of there.
Because what I'm getting at is, if he saw her, then why didn't he do the same to her that he did to the other ones?
That's a good question.
If he didn't see her, okay, I got that. The snow vision thing.
Mm-hmm.
But if he's sitting there and he's telling her he's within 3 or 6 feet of her, 9 feet, and he's looking right at her and says, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you."
Yeah, I believe, if I gotta find it, we're in the PCA. Let's see. Okay, so that's where she thinks Kaylee is saying something to the effect of someone is there. Review the records obtained. Okay, so about Xana being on TikTok. Okay, so DM stated that she looked out of her bedroom but did not see anyone when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said that she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." So the
Okay,
way
she
they,
only heard the voice. She didn't.
yeah,
She
she
didn't
didn't
see
see
and
the
hear at the
person.
same time, right?
Yeah, she just heard it. But the way they're putting it, something to the effect of, that may not even be verbatim what was said, but just something
I thought she heard
like
the
that.
voice and then saw the figure.
Let's see.
And why
She
would he
heard.
be
That she heard
saying
the
that?
voice, then opened the door, then saw the figure with the bushy eyebrows.
All
I
right,
thought
so
that was the timeline, but I mean, I could be just totally off.
well, it's the way they have it here. When she opened the door the second time, that's when uh, she opened it when she thought she heard crying. So apparently she heard crying. She opens the door. Then she hears the male voice say, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." And then she stated that she opened her door for a third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing, mask that covered the person's mouth and the nose, walking towards her. And then she gives a description and all that.
And
See,
from
now
that,
I
and from
think
that
about that
point on,
statement.
go ahead, Al. I'm sorry.
I think about that statement. It's okay, I'm here to help you.
Hmm.
If I heard someone say that in my house, that statement specifically, I would be like, who the fuck is that?
Right.
I'd be all over that.
But see,
That's
that's
not something I'd like just walk, close my door, and be like, "Oh, everything's fine. Somebody's here to help." Well,
Well,
here
my
to
my
help.
point
Well, with what?
my point is, who's he saying that to? Because
Yeah,
is it
foregone,
Santa?
foregone, because this is where he's coming right to hers, and then he exits.
Now, there was a thing, oh, I don't remember whose video I've seen, but they did a video about this visual snow stuff. And apparently, Bryan had talked about years ago, whenever he first self diagnosed himself with visual snow, about the black spots that he also sees, and that his peripheral vision wasn't that good. So if he had no peripheral vision and the visual snow was going on as he walked past Dylan, it is very possible that he didn't see her on his left side, because if he's coming from Xana's room and he walks out by Dylan and goes into the kitchen, she would have been on the left side.
Okay, let's say he doesn't see her. Who's he saying that to? The walls?
About what?
I'm here to help you.
I would think possibly Xana or Ethan, since she's the way she's explaining it, or the way that the PCA is explaining it, that she hears it coming from Xana's room.
so this visual snow thing, are they talking about ocular migraines? Is that what
No,
that's alluding to, or is it something different?
it's the way, I haven't really like dug into it, but just from what I've seen, it's almost like, whenever you turn on the TV, and what they used to say, it was like all snow on the TV or whatever.
Yeah.
That a person with visual snow, and I think we used to have some people in chat who said that they had it. And if they're still in here, they could probably explain it better than I can. But it's almost like you're seeing like what you would see on a TV that has snow on it.
Well, the only reason I ask is I get ocular migraines,
Hmm.
and for years I didn't know what the hell they were.
Okay, so Candy is saying that the ocular migraines are different than
Okay,
the
all
visual
right.
snow.
Because ocular migraines are almost like you're tripping on acid. It
Okay.
takes your vision from the corners of your eyes and funnels it into almost nothing until you almost can't see.
Okay, because this is, you're seeing like like a, it's kind of hard to explain, but like a fuzzy, like your vision is fuzzy, I guess. Like you're seeing snow
I'll have to read it. I'll have
guess.
to read into it because I know what I experience, and if I get an ocular migraine when I'm driving,
Mhm.
I have to, as soon as it hits the corner of my eye, I have to pull over, and I'm there until it stops.
Right.
Cannot drive.
Well,
Impossible. Somebody's gonna die. I mean,
okay.
you can't see.
Candy says with ocular migraines, everything looks as in an aurora around everything. Okay, I mean that would be different than this whole visual
there's an aurora,
snow thing.
There's an aurora, but it actually it makes it so you can't see out of your peripherals at all.
Yeah. Well, this is supposedly
it doesn't come with a headache, Brad.
There's like black spots within the vision of the visual snow or whatever, and I don't have his. They're on my old computer. I'm gonna have to get them off of it. But where he's talking about in this Tapatalk post about his peripheral vision and all that. And I want to say it says in one of them that the left side is worse. So it would have made sense if that is true that he walked by her and didn't even see her. See, what visual snow is literally like you're looking through a TV full of static, black dots floating everywhere. Thank you, Glowbug.
Yeah, I'm reading about it right now. It's interesting. It sounded like the way you were talking about peripheral vision was the same thing that I've experienced, but obviously it's totally different.
I never even heard of visual snow until this case come up, and
I never heard of it either.
And the Tapatalk post come up, and see that was the reason why Bryan is claiming that he turned vegan was it was supposed to help with the visual snow. So whether it did or not, I don't know. I don't know if it got better. Some people have said that like at night you can't drive with it because you can't see. Let's see. Do you have a video walkthrough picture that shows the? Yes. Don't dive. I can pull that up. Give me just one second.
So he's got visual snow, but yet he drives all the way in this weird loop, and then goes back to Washington, and then comes back, and then goes back with visual snow or whatever you call this.
Well, it sounds like the visual snow is random, like ocular migraines. It just happens. That's not an all the time thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if a person, and if anybody's in chat who has it, please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if they have it all the time or if it's just a thing like if there's like a stressful situation or if there's triggers to it.
According to WebMD, the causes of visual snow syndrome are currently unknown. Some key features of the syndrome, however, point to neurological disorders of visual processing in the brain cortex.
Okay.
Interesting. I can't believe I've never heard of that before.
I'd never heard of it until this case.
Now, we still don't know the exact order of the attack, right?
No, they've never came out and officially given an order, but it's been read, and some people are saying that this is the order that they have it like, was it Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana? It's how it's been read. Whenever they read like charges and stuff like that, that's the order. We don't know if that's true or not. Don't dive. It says that your device is not connected. So you may have to drop down and then come back up.
Well, I just learned something about ocular migraines. People do get ocular migraines with headaches. So I'm fortunate. I've never had one with a headache. I've had migraines and I've had ocular migraines, but never together. Interesting. This is kind of interesting.
Okay, so Coffee and Conversation says that in the chat, Bryan was in about visual. Wait, hold on, let me stop my chat for a minute. So in the chat, Bryan was in about visual snow. He said that he cured it in himself, so he may have not had any symptoms anymore. Okay. All right. Don't dive. I'm bringing you up. How are you?
Hi, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Okay, you know what? See if you can go with that picture. Just show the front of the outside of DM's room. That door, the door to go into her room.
Okay, so there's only two places I can stand when it comes to her door. Here or right on the
Okay.
inside of it.
Okay, wait. Is that her door?
Yes, this is her door cracked open right here.
Okay, now turn it to the right a little bit and where was Zana and them's on the other side of the staircase?
No,
No, the other way.
no, that's the kitchen over here. So
Okay.
if you open Dylan's door all the way up and look straight at her door, you look straight into the kitchen.
Okay, so go back to her room. Let's see.
If you go to Xana's room, you got to go this way where the living room is and go around the corner right here and walk
Okay.
this way down the hall.
So in other words, they're saying that he came from Xana and them's room.
Mm-hmm.
So just say so. And then he would have walked.
This would have been the view. I know it's dark, but
Okay.
this is the only view that they have of. Well, wait, hold on. Let me see if this is it. No,
Okay.
this ain't it. There's one. I don't know if they put it on. No, they didn't put it on here. Shit. But this would be looking out of her door, coming from this light right here.
Yeah.
That's coming from Xana's room. Through this way.
See, that's dark. I mean,
Right.
it's still kind of dark. I just don't see how she would have saw someone, period, because that's still kind of dark. I mean, if he had a face mask on,
Unless this kitchen light was on.
yeah. But then you think they would have left that on that bright? If it would, if they would have.
And we don't know if she had a light on in her bedroom when she opened the door.
Yeah, if she had a light on in her bedroom and opened the door to a dark hallway, she's not gonna be able to see shit.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I think he would have probably seen her if her bedroom light was on.
Do you think it's possible that because he didn't get the jump on her, that he just said, "I'm out of here"?
Yeah, I agree.
He got the jump on the other ones, and he had the upper hand from the get-go, so he was able to do it.
Unless you hurry up and close the door and locked it before he can even. I mean, it's just something's not right with that, because for her seeing him, and if it, say for instance, the lighting was just like that, like you're showing,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I would have been able to see anybody's eyebrows or eyes.
No.
If that,
I agree.
If that black face mask came down and just supposedly showed his nose and his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention someone in a black face mask in the dark.
Yes.
4:00 in the morning says, "It's okay. I'm here to help you."
And exactly.
You don't call the cops. It doesn't.
True.
Now we're back to the 8-hour conundrum again.
Yeah. There's no excuse. There's no excuse. I'm sorry. I mean, there's no excuse.
Okay, though, if y'all see somebody dropping back chat, just let me know, because I'm not on my StreamYard right now. Okay, let me go. So there's Xana's room.
Okay.
There's the good vibe sign. So he would have basically come up this hallway. He would have went straight through here. Now, unless and here's her door, and it's cracked open over here.
Okay.
Unless that good vibes sign more than likely was on, it might have put off enough light that she might have seen him whenever he walked through here.
Yeah.
Is that an actual neon? Do we know?
Yeah, it's actual neon.
Well, they're noisy as shit.
Yeah, there's one that was in the living room, and I believe there was one in Kaylee's room that was exactly like this one. That was a good vibe sign.
The ones that I have hanging in my bar are noisy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this one could have been too. I don't know. But it could have put off enough light, though, that it could have, like, she could have caught, like, the eyebrows and
I would think that the neon that big would make a lot more light than that.
And it possibly could. I haven't seen any actual pictures. This is just...
It probably did, y'all. But it probably did, because this is a virtual showing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's all this is. It's just a virtual thing.
I thought this was a picture. I was like, wait a minute, because I got one neon light in my event room that lights up literally the whole freaking room.
Yeah, see, there it is in the daylight, but I'm pretty sure it put off more light than what it's showing on here.
Yeah. Okay, you know how did y'all hear anything about how they had said it something come out that it was possible that Ethan was outside of the room of Xana's room door. Could he have been in that little living room area? Because it showed the forensic people kind of kind of bending over, swabbing, and
Okay.
behind them you could see the good vibe sign and that pink and white painting or whatever that was on the wall.
Okay, so this window right here is the one that you're talking about they were looking through from outside.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Make it, and I'm not trying to make people sit by me turning, but there was people that was filming from outside the house through that living room window. And there
Okay.
was people in this area right here. Like you said, you could see the good vibe sign in this picture over here. Whatever they were looking at here on the floor, they were looking down. They were taking pictures of it. You could see the one lady that had stepped over it. She also had a buccal swab in her hand. She bends down and swabs whatever it is. The
This is the
PCA,
second floor, right?
yeah, there's the front door right here. That's
Okay.
in
So
Bethany's
it's
room.
ground level.
Well, the first floor is ground level in the front. The second floor is ground level in the back of the house.
Okay, all right. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm just trying to orient myself because I really never looked at any of these pictures.
So the PCA says that as they're walking towards Xana's room down here, they do notice that there is a bathroom over here, which is this door right here, and that they notice Xana on the floor. The way it states in the PCA that she was in her room. And then it says that they also noticed that there was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, also in the room. I don't know what was here unless a fight occurred here in this living room area, and that's what they were looking at, or what happened. But there's something on the floor in the living room that they were looking at.
Yeah.
There's a lot to this house.
Yeah, there
It
is.
makes me think that whoever did this had been there before.
Okay.
Oh, they had to have been. They had to have been. Oh, yeah.
I was fixing to say, we're talking about 8 to 10 minutes. Look how hard it is for us to navigate through
That's
it.
what I'm saying. That's exactly
And
what I was just thinking.
And he's going to go through there at night.
Well, do you remember the step that we were talking about, that going from the living room into the hall where Dylan's room is? You would have to know the step was there. If you walked through here in the dark and you didn't know, you would trip.
Fucking face plant.
Exactly. So the way people are explaining, and there's the footprint that they're claiming that they found, is it going to let me go in here? Shit, it's not going to let me go in the kitchen. Oh yeah, well, he comes through the back door. He goes in. He goes, confirmed intruders pad travel. Okay, so that's what it says in the PCA. He goes up the stairs. I think this brings me. There's certain places you click. Okay, so it brings you to the third floor. There's only 2 bedrooms and a bathroom up here. Kaylee's room is here. Maddie's room is here. Her room is super tiny, but this is where they were both found. The knife sheath, they said, was found on the bed on the right side of Maddie. Then they're saying that he went, and I hate how the house, there's only certain places you can click on it to make it go to the next thing or whatever. So he would literally have to walk by Dylan's room 3 times. Going up the stairs is 1, down the stairs is twice, and then leaving the house is 3 times. At least. Possibly could have been more. But then he allegedly goes this way and goes into Xana's room. And that's where Xana. Now, we don't know exactly where Ethan was found. He could have been in the bed. He could have been on the floor. But this is where they're saying that Xana was found along with Ethan.
I call bullshit on 4 minutes without knowing
'Cause you
your way
see,
around the house.
in the back of the truck, it shows that when the I don't know who it was, forensics or Ellie, remember the mattresses in the back of the truck, and they were, you could tell where there was blood
Yeah.
on. Okay, that's two mattresses. One of them clearly, you could tell by the blood that there was a shape of a body.
Right.
Okay, then the other mattress, you could kind of see a little bit, but it really wasn't much like it was the other mattress. I'm thinking the one that really showed it a lot, that was Kaylee and Maddie.
Yeah.
The
That would
other
make
one,
sense.
the other one could have been Xana, but then didn't it show on the floor right there where Xana supposedly was?
That's where they're putting it at on here. That doesn't necessarily mean that
Okay,
that's
that's
where she was
true.
at, but it does say in the PCA that as the officer, he says, as he's walking down the hall towards Xana's room, he noticed a body on the floor that was later identified as Xana, and it was identified through Xana's driver's license and her personal belongings to be her bedroom. So the way it's said,
Okay.
it makes it sound like she is in fact in the bedroom. And then it says also uh, there was a male in the room later identified as Ethan Chapin.
And did they say if he was on the floor?
It doesn't say where he's at, just that he's in the room. It just says that Xana was on the floor.
Okay. He
And
might have, yeah.
see, they have it where he's on the bed, but we don't know that to be 100% fact because
Right,
that
right.
wasn't
Okay.
just he's in the room, and that's all it says. It don't
Okay.
say on the bed, on the floor, anything like that for Ethan.
Okay. It's just, I don't know though, but I can tell you right now, I will, till I'm blue in my face, that time period, that 8 hours, 8 hours, whatever it was, there's no excuse at all that anybody could come up with that can tell me you could not call the police.
No,
Or, I mean, 911. There's nothing. I mean, she could have been scared to death, because I tried putting myself in that position. I pictured myself, that me going through all that, and I would have been scared shitless. I mean,
right.
big time. I would have been if I would have had my phone in my room with me, I would have
You would
went
have
under the
called.
bed and called the 911. And I'm sorry, I would have right away.
Yeah.
Right
I
away.
just,
On the stand, they're going to make that really hard on her.
Yeah.
yeah, I hope though that if the prosecution doesn't allow them to bully her and
Oh yeah, me
all that,
too.
because she's going to have to relive that night.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think her and Bethany.
Right.
Yeah, but every victim has to.
Which,
People
yeah,
people
that
who get
is,
essays,
yeah,
parents whose little children are missing,
yeah.
they have to go up on the stands, and yeah, it's tough. It's not a. That's why I said the only winners coming out of a courtroom are the two lawyers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
'cause-
Yeah,
yeah,
you're right.
Well, one lawyer.
Well, it doesn't matter. They both get paid.
Well, they both get paid,
yeah.
That's all they want.
but one gets paid more on the next case than the
They,
other.
they don't have a Super Bowl. They don't have wins and losses. I mean, most of them do take it to heart when they lose. But
Well, and it dictates what they make at the end of the day. Their billable hours go up or down with losses and wins.
but I just don't understand how this lady gets paid more, because she's supposed to be on a salary. Is it Ann Taylor? The
Well, I
lady?
would think it'd be
Yeah.
the other attorney. Isn't there a private attorney involved as well?
But but don't you remember that list that you sent to me? She's on that.
Oh, that yep.
Oh, I forgot what the list is called now, but
They're
she's
able to track death penalty cases.
yeah. So she's on that one, but Ann's getting 200. Well, the first 40 hours of the week, the $200 an hour is going to Kootenai County, and then anything over the 40 hours, the 200 is going to Ann. And I believe co-counsel is getting 180. I think is what it was for any the first 40 hours, and then anything over 40 hours.
Well, on this case, they're putting in way more than 40.
Oh yeah,
Way more.
yeah.
Let me ask you this question: do you think both girls were in this room upstairs, or do you think one girl was across the hall and she came over when she heard something, and then she walks into uh to the fire?
Well, okay. Let me go back.
That's what I'm lost on too. It's funny that you mentioned that, Riddler. How much noise had to be happening through this?
I would say a
Oh, it
lot.
had to have been a lot to
Couldn't
me.
have been silent. And
So
at 4 in the morning, I mean, it had to be echoing through this house. It's all hardwood floors.
right. So if Dylan, let's just say that this is what happened. I'm not saying that this is true. We're just talking right now. If Dylan was scared after the person left the house and she was scared and she wanted to go down to Bethany's room, she would have had to have walked from her room. She would have had to walk through here to go down the stairs, go to Bethany's room. She would have had to have walked past that hallway. And if that door was open, she would have looked down that way, knowing what she heard coming from there. And then Bethany's room was back here. So Bethany's, I want to go to the bedroom. Bethany's room would have been underneath the living room. So it's not like she would have been able to hear anything that was happening like above her bedroom unless there was something going on in that living room. And she's only under part of the living room. She's not under, I don't think, the whole thing. I think part of the living room goes over the grounds up there, the way it's built, because it's like all built wonky like. But if
But I'm talking about the third floor. The two blonde headed girls are up there, right?
yeah, Maddie and
Maddie and Kaylee. Okay,
right,
they're both. Are they sharing the same room,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
is
they
one
were.
in one room and one in the other? And she comes over, hears the ruckus. She's gonna help
um,
her friend out, and then he takes care of her too and throws her on the bed.
see, that's what I had wondered because Mr. Gonzalez says at the vigil that they had for the kids at the college that they were found, they were in the same room in the same bed and they died together. Now, there was a bed in Kaylee's room when the murders happened. Um, I don't know if she had originally planned to go to sleep in that bedroom in her own room, and that's why Murphy was left in there, and she left out because maybe she did hear something going on in Maddie's room, and she went over to see what was going on. Maybe it was her that said someone's here, but we don't know the tone that she said it in. Was it out of fear? Was it like, oh my God, somebody's here? Did she say it loud enough, obviously, for Dylan to hear, but was she saying it loud enough to maybe like warn the kids downstairs? So that we don't know. Or did her and Maddie go to bed, in the same bed? That's a possibility. It's
Yeah, Scarlett, you're right. Maybe she was staying in the other bed and she just went. Maybe Maddie said, "Kaylee, come." Because they were like sisters, best friends.
right.
Come sleep with me tonight.
Right. I mean,
Oh,
Kaylee was supposed to
You
be
know,
leaving, I believe, like in a day or two. She was supposed to be leaving, going back up to her parents' house. So
yeah,
maybe they were just kind of like hanging out in Maddie's room and
yeah.
had planned on just, she was going to spend the night in there with her or whatever. And maybe that's what happened. Or, like I said, maybe that's why Murphy was left in the other room. Uh,
Yeah,
that we don't really know for sure. Or maybe she just left Murphy to sleep in there that night so he wouldn't be in the room with her and Maddie.
because I think it said in the PCA or the affidavit that when the cops got there, the door was closed, and when they opened the door, they found a dog in there.
Yeah, and
So
Kaylee.
evidently, maybe Kaylee did close the door. She came out of that room, closed the door with Murphy in there, and then because she heard something, went in there in Maddie's room, and maybe they discussed, somebody's here, what's going on, or something. And she just stayed in there with Maddie.
Possibility.
Okay,
You know,
well, the dads keep saying he didn't have to go upstairs, right? Up
yeah,
those steps.
Yeah, that's. I wonder
See,
what he meant.
that tells me that Ethan and Xana were the first to get hit, or they were targeted.
Right.
And then when
Yeah,
those girls
let's
upstairs open the door, when they open the door, he sees them. They might have some light on them behind them, and he goes up there to get them. And now he's getting ready to leave because he's got to get all this done in what, 8 to 10 minutes?
So where are the
Yeah.
where are the screams for help?
That
I
I
can't
would've-
figure that out.
I would
Stuck
think
on
that
it.
there would have been screams for help. They just didn't put it in the PCA. It seems like it would have made more sense to put it in the PCA, saying that Dylan heard this. But if I mean, there had to have been.
And if you're in your
Yeah,
house and you hear your
they
roommate
knew it
scream
would
for
go
help,
public, though.
aren't you
You
calling the
don't want
cops?
stuff like that going public.
I would think. I think the 8-hour gap is going to be a huge thing when this goes to trial.
It's gonna be days. It's gonna take days
Honestly.
to explain that.
Or then again, she just may get up on the scene and just lay it all out and be like, okay, this is the reason why it took so long to call, and just lay it all out for everybody, just to get it done and over with and out, and so she can be done with it. I don't know. It just
See, I even thought of it too. I'm not trying to say that the police would have coerced her with anything, but when they called, they had to have, they had to make a report. So they had Dylan probably go in one room, and then Bethany was in another room. Of course, that's how they do it.
Mhm.
Do you think it's possible that whoever was talking to her to get her statement, could she have been which she had to have been so upset, crying and just in shock and crying at the same time? Could maybe the officer say, well, I understand that you can't talk, I know it had to have been shocking, but we really need to ask these questions. We need to know and find out what happened. And she was so shaken she couldn't hardly talk that good. Do you think that they would have possibly said, did you see someone with a mask? Okay, they had a
Absolutely.
mask.
Absolutely. It sounds
in
sound coerced.
if that's what happened, though, I would think that it would have been recorded. The
True.
conversation. And if it's recorded, more than likely Ann Taylor's going to get it. And if she was coerced into saying something like that, I think Ann Taylor's going to eat that up, honestly.
Yeah, that's true. You're right.
Because it wouldn't be like, I get what you're saying, because she's upset. And they could have said, okay, well, yeah, did you see somebody with a mask? And she could have just been like, yeah, that's who I saw, just to agree with them to get
Or
out
like,
of
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I don't remember, but I kind of, maybe so. Well, okay, well, you saw somebody. Okay, you saw someone with a black mask, and what did you see? What else did you see? I don't. Did you see their eyes? Okay, you saw their eyes. Was there any similarities about them? What did you notice about the eyes? And you see, I believe that police, because they did it with my nephew one time when he had got arrested for something that he didn't do. They found out later he didn't do it. It was the guy that he was with, and him and my nephew looked exactly alike, almost because of their hair, their height, their weight, and that my nephew's friend said that he did it, and my nephew said, "No, I didn't do it. He did it." So that what the cops did, they kind of coerced my nephew into saying, and because see, he was drunk.
Mhm.
It was an accident, and he in a car accident, and he was drunk. And he said, "But sir, I don't think I would have did that. I don't think I would have." Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did, because he said you did it. Yeah, you did it. And because my nephew was drunk, it's like
That's what he said.
yeah, and they pinned that on him. He went to jail for 7 years, and he never did it. And later on, when my sister got an attorney, they proved he didn't do it. And it's like, I can't believe stuff like that can happen, that cops will go to the extreme to just hurry up and get a statement, do what they got to do, be finished with the case, and they're going to coerce someone like that when no alcohol blood test was done, or they would have saw that my nephew was drunk.
Right.
They didn't do any of that.
They call it soliciting.
I mean, that is sad, but I was just wondering if maybe that could have happened with Dylan.
It could have, because there was a guy that came out, and I don't fully believe what this guy says, but he came out and said that his fiance, I believe it was in Dylan's inner circle, and that what they're saying that Dylan said is not what Dylan said. Basically, the cops put words in her mouth. Now, whether this guy, he could have been just any random person off the street that come in and wanted his 5 minutes of fame or whatever.
Yeah.
But it is possible. I'm pretty sure they interviewed her and Bethany just like they did Jack Decor on November the 13th. And I'm pretty sure she was crying and scared and upset and all this.
Oh,
and
yeah,
that.
she had to be in, yeah.
And it could have went like that. I don't know. But if it's found out that that's what happened, Ann Taylor's going to rip that apart. Her whole
Oh,
testimony.
gosh, yeah. Yeah, she will.
And it could, and she could make Dylan to where she's not a credible witness. So who knows? It's going to be one of those things that we unfortunately have to wait until the trial starts.
Well,
to
we're still right where we were. We're all guessing outside of the PCA what's there, and nobody knows.
So what does that tell you, Big Al? When you have to guess around that PCA, and you have to, if anybody questions it and they can't figure things out about it, what does that tell you? That there's something not right with that PCA.
There's something not right. I think from the beginning, and I've said this since the PCA came out, they put what they had to put and not a thing extra.
Yep, you're right. Correct.
And I agree with you about the interrogation techniques. It's in a lot of departments, detectives, their accommodations and promotions, and quite frankly, monetary compensation revolves around closed cases.
Can the prosecution change the timeline before the trial and give the defense, as here's what we think?
Well, I think they can,
because they're going to have to do something that the timelines aren't adding up.
They're going through 51 terabytes too. Let's remember that, Riddler.
Well, yeah, but they got a 10 or 15 FBI agents there with them. They've got the state of Idaho with them, and then they got their own little police department. But what I'm saying is, when they go to draw a timeline on everything that's happening, with this guy coming in that dark house that we could barely get around in 8 minutes, and he knows right where to go and to get out, and then he knows how to see this girl and say, "I'm here to help you."
Yeah,
something's not adding up.
I think they can edit the timeline as new evidence comes out.
And I'm not blaming Dylan. I'm blaming whoever wrote this timeline up.
Well, I think they wrote the timeline with the evidence that they had at the time.
Yeah,
since then, they've presented how many search warrants, how many different things have come in since the PCA has been written to give them more information. I think their main thing is get this guy in jail.
Well, I'm sure.
Get him off the street. We're
before he does any more harm. Right.
Let's make sure he doesn't kill anybody else. Obviously, killings like this he's completely emboldened to do something like that with a knife. I mean, we've said it 100 times. It's personal. That's a very up close and personal weapon to use to take another human being's life. It's not like a gun where you can stand 15 feet away.
But it looks like, all right, I'm going to put myself in that position. I'll let you be the chief. Okay, I drew the timeline up, and I come up to you and say, "Chief, you don't see a problem with this before we turn it in? Think we call back some witnesses, see if we can move these times different?"
But I don't think calling witnesses. This is what I would say if I was the chief. Let's not call any witnesses or get anyone else involved until we get this guy locked up. Let's use what we got. It's enough to get the warrant. Let's get him in cuffs.
You only got one witness. That's Dylan.
But they weren't even counting on the witness. They're counting on the DNA, right?
Yeah.
So they had the DNA. It was enough with the other.
Yeah.
Let's call it circumstantial evidence that made sense in the PCA was enough to get the judge to issue the arrest warrant and get the guy off the street.
Yeah,
I'm
see,
sure
there's
when
a
he
good
made that
question.
move to go back to Pennsylvania, they all freaked out. They were like, wait a minute, we can't let this guy go to Pennsylvania. We don't know what's in the car. We don't know what he's taking with him. You know, is he going to drop off evidence in a trash can at a truck stop? We don't know. But him leaving town certainly accelerated things, I would think.
Yeah, but you know what? Scarlett, do you know do they have a date on anything of when they got the results back from that touch DNA compared to the time that he was in Pennsylvania?
I don't know exactly when they got the
I don't
the
think they
DNA.
said, did they?
I don't think there was ever a date that they give for the DNA on the sheet, but
Okay.
I want to say the 26th or 27th is when they picked the trash up from Pennsylvania. They had it sent out to Idaho, and the next, I want to say it was the 28th is when they got the DNA back from the trash and says that it was it expected 99.9998% of the male population would be excluded from being the biological father of the male DNA on the sheet.
Okay.
So, and then like the next day is when the PCA was done, arrest warrant was done. December the 30th at like 1:30 in the morning, they arrest him.
Okay, so
it was
they had
very quick within a few days.
so they had to get that warrant first before they could arrest him in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
they actually had to do the PCA had to be
followed it.
done first. Then once they did the PCA, they turned it in. They got the warrant. Then they sent, I'm sure the warrant. However, they send the warrant out to to Pennsylvania, and then he was arrested.
Okay, so when they followed him, when they caught up with him and his dad,
hmm
they were on their way going, right?
Well, it says, I'm wondering if they notified FBI in the area around Pennsylvania, because it says that on the 16th, his car was seen driving in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. So it's almost like they already had someone there waiting to surveil him once he got there. And they just kind of kept an eye on him.
So they went and got the DNA before he got there?
No.
I mean, they got the trash. They got the DNA from the trash before he went to Pennsylvania?
No, they got it afterwards. They got it, it's like the
on the
26th or
27th.
27th.
Okay.
Is
I
when
got
they got
you.
it, because that's when they seen him at like 4:00 in the morning throwing the trash in the neighbor's trash can.
Okay.
And so they went and got it.
And on the 28th, the Idaho State Lab reported that the DNA profile on the trash and obtained from the sheath identified as a male, not being excluded as a biological father of the suspect profile.
And you know what? I'm just now realizing, whenever they first called him in to talk to him about when they found out about him with the car.
I don't think they ever did.
Oh, they didn't?
I don't think they ever questioned him. If they did, they haven't said that they did.
No, I don't think they did.
Well, why wouldn't they have questioned him?
Well, they read him his rights and he kept his mouth shut. There's no questioning at that point.
Well, couldn't they have easily?
Ask him a single question if he says.
No, if he says
lawyer,
that lawyer, they can't ask him
that's it.
anything.
Nothing.
No.
They can't ask him what he had for breakfast. They're not allowed to talk to him anymore.
They have to get up and walk out of the room.
Huh.
And I don't
destroy their case if they don't.
And what day was that WSU, was that like November the 29th or something like that, is when the cops at WSU found his car in their database, and then That was like at little after midnight, and then at 12:30, another cop drove by the
It was on the
parking lot.
29th. How do you remember that? It was on the 29th.
I have read so much in this case
Jesus.
that it's stuck in
Good
my
Lord,
head.
girl. I'm sitting here looking at the time. I'm like, well, what the hell? Did you memorize this shit?
I remember a lot of it.
God.
It's from writing everything down. I told you if I write it down, I
Wow.
remember it.
I,
But it was like a little after midnight. They checked the database. Just was looking for white Elantras, and then like at 12:30 or a little after 12:30, another cop goes and drives by that address where he lives at the apartment building, and that's when they figured out that in the database it has the Pennsylvania plate, but in the parking lot the same car is sitting there with now a Washington plate, and they turned all of that over to the Moscow Police Department. But like on December the 16th and 17th, Moscow Police Department is still asking the public to help them look for a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra.
Yep.
So I don't know if they just kept us doing that just to keep us busy. That's meaning the public looking for
Well, that's
this
weird. That
car.
doesn't make sense. I mean, something ain't right with that. At first, they said a 2011 to a 2013. Then they changed it, right?
But where did they change it at though? Because it doesn't say. There's nowhere that I can find that they have came out and said or put it in writing until the PCA about being up to a 2016 white Hyundai Elantra.
Yeah.
But they had us this whole time looking for a 2011 to 2013. And that's what I
Right.
said. I think that they did that to keep the public busy of continuing to look for this 2011 to 2013. They're keeping us busy while they're over here behind us doing something else, and we're not paying attention to what they're doing. But the thing is, though, it's all of these tips that come in that everybody was sending in. I think they have to go through those tips.
Well,
And
yeah.
so it's like it's putting yes, Tad, I do. It's putting more work on them. And no, Tad, I don't have it. I don't have a countdown to October the 2nd. I have the countdown of when, how many more days they have to let Bryan know that they're going to pursue the death penalty or not. That's what I have. I haven't did the countdown to October 2nd.
I mean,
And
they could have easily went in. Didn't he? He wasn't he an assistant? Um. Oh, he was like an assistant to the professor or
He's a TA.
a TA.
a TA. So
Yeah.
that professor probably had an office. Would a TA had a little desk or a little office or something?
He had an office too, and they actually, whenever they went and they got the warrant for his apartment in Washington, it was a warrant for his apartment and his office, and then I believe they had to, I guess, amend the warrant for the apartment because the apartment they also include like a storage locker, and they didn't know about the storage locker to begin with, and then they had to get the storage locker put on it so they can go check the locker as well, which they said
Yeah.
there was nothing in it, but there was nothing in his office either.
Oh, there wasn't. Because I was going to say they could have went and got DNA fingerprint or something, and that would have really, really checked to see if it was him.
Yeah, they well, the day that he was arrested, December the 30th, and December the 30th is when they served the warrant on the apartment and his office. And there was they took some things out of his apartment, but they didn't take anything out of his office.
I wonder if they, and it doesn't say anything about fingerprints. His fingerprints had to be all over his apartment.
The only thing that it has about his apartment was these different like red stains, brown stains,
Yeah.
and orange stains that they tested. I believe
And then the computers.
Yeah, 2 of the stains came back as positive for blood. There was the computer tower they took. There was, I want to say they walked out of there with like a bag of shoes. And what else was it? It wasn't a whole lot that came out. Oh, the fires, the what is it? Is it Google Fire Stick? Is that what it was?
Yeah, I think it was.
It was a Fire Stick with all the cords.
Fire Stick is Amazon.
Or Amazon.
Yeah.
So they took that. They took the computer tower. They walked out with some shoes. What else was it? There was some. Oh, the Walmart receipt with the Dickies sticker on it, and then there was two Marshalls receipts that they took.
Not for nothing, but those Fire Sticks are the easiest television add-on to hack.
I always wonder why they took those.
They're super easy to hack. I mean, there's tutorials all over YouTube. You can get all kinds of free shit off those things, and it's relatively simple.
So
You
the
can use it for
touch,
storing data. You can do all kinds of stuff with them.
so the touch DNA that was on the nice sheath. I'm sorry, the nice sheath was what was that? Skin cells or something?
It just says a single
20
source of
skin
male
cells.
DNA.
So wouldn't there have been DNA all over his apartment? Wouldn't there have been touch DNA?
It'd be
I would.
any of his
Yeah,
DNA.
I would think so.
I mean, there should be his hair. They should be. Well, you can do a
Well,
DNA.
they did take. There was 4 different, I guess, single strands of hair that they took, and then there was another place where there was like 8 strands of hair that they took. There
Okay.
was a strand that looked like an animal hair, possibly dog hair. What else was it? They took the vacuum cleaner contents out of the canister. It was like a bagless vacuum cleaner. Let's see, what else did they get? It wasn't. They did. I want to say dark clothing. It
He knew
wasn't
he
a
was
whole
going out
lot.
of town. He knew he was going out of town with his dad, so I guarantee that place was pretty freaking clean.
I don't know. I don't know if he had bed bugs going on in there or what, with all them orange
So-
spots and brown spots and red spots,
Yeah,
and
might have been crotch crickets.
I mean, he didn't have like
No.
they
oh my
found
God.
like these brown spots on the shower rod, but I don't know what happened to the shower curtain because he didn't have a shower curtain.
Yeah, but I ain't got no shower curtain on my shower either.
Where
And
was he putting that shower rod?
just it was just hey
Oh
Lori
my
P.
God.
I
Um,
was gonna say he's a little weird. We all
it,
know it.
it was just I don't know, it was weird, the stuff that they were like just in the different places that they were finding all of these red and brown spots.
Come on, there's nothing weird about putting your garbage in Ziploc bags while you're wearing gloves and bringing it to the neighbor's house 3,000 miles from where you may have committed some murders.
Yeah.
No,
Nothing strange about that.
not at all.
Well, I mean, the blood, that could have been him, or he could have had a hoochie mama or somebody over there one night. I don't know. But so they would have went and run that test to see if that was his blood or the victim's blood. Wouldn't they have done that by now? I mean,
Well,
unless, they have that and it's just,
Well, they
it wasn't
probably
in the
have done it
PC.
by now. They probably have. They just didn't need
yeah,
it for the PCA. See, I think that's a lot of people, and myself included. I really didn't understand what they needed to have in there until I started reading about it, and they went with the bare minimum.
yeah,
Just
it was
what they needed to get him in cuffs.
just enough to get the warrant. That's all it was.
But then say the test results come back from the blood and
We
it's
wouldn't know.
his.
Yep, we wouldn't know.
To
We're
me, if
coming
they
to the
would get
trial.
the results back and the prosecutor would look at that and just say it wasn't it wasn't the victim's, it's his. Because to me, that's not enough. That knife sheath, they must have more. They must have stuff from the car.
Well, I
You
think
know,
the knife teeth is enough to get him in cuffs.
yeah, but it's
And his
sure not.
location history.
Yeah, that's not enough though to put him to death or life imprisonment.
Oh,
That's not enough.
But again, that's not all of it, and they don't have to. put
True.
all of it out there.
That's true.
I'm curious to see what they find in the car.
Me too.
It's going to be that big surprise moment when all this stuff starts coming out.
Because they had to have blood in that car. If they didn't, well, I mean, come on. If he had to have blood on him to
I
put in
agree.
that car.
Oh,
I agree.
yeah.
You're not.
Because if
you're
you
not
look at
doing
the
all that work.
seats, those seats wasn't leather. When those seats were cloth, because I noticed that whenever the woman pulled him over, the woman cop pulled him over, I looked at the seats, they were cloth, they were not leather. So
Right.
He could have been cleaning his car with Clorox or whatever. You're still not going to get that out.
No, and
That's still,
see, the whole Dateline thing came out, and they claimed that he was cleaning his car with bleach.
well, that is not going to get that out because it's going to soak through that material of that car
Mhm.
into that foam, thick foam cushion.
Yep.
They're gonna, and I know they ripped them seats up to check
They
all that.
they took the seats, the headrest, the door panels, gear shift, brake pedal, gas pedal, the seatbelt, what they call the seatbelt boots. What else was it that they took out?
They take the steering wheel and the turn signal.
I don't remember anything about the steering wheel,
Hmm.
but they basically tore. They tore the car apart, basically, and took all these different things.
Because I did see a picture on another channel. I want to say it was JLR.
Mhm.
He showed a picture of this white car. To me, it didn't look like an Elantra, but it probably was. They had 4.
JLR, it probably is most likely not an Elantra,
Yeah,
in my opinion.
yeah.
See, let me see if I can
It
find. Go
it
ahead.
was it looked like 3 or 4 investigators in the car, like they were way into the car, like going through it. And from the view that it showed, it didn't show any blood anywhere, stains or nothing. I don't know if that was in Pennsylvania they were doing that or before. I don't know. Maybe it was probably most likely Pennsylvania.
I've got a question. If he's found not guilty, they got to put the car back together and give it to him and go fix his house up after they tore it apart.
I don't.
Well,
I don't think if any damage is done during, I believe a no knock warrant, I don't think they're responsible for the damages, are they?
He ain't gonna be worried about if they find him not guilty. He ain't gonna be worried about that car because I promise you, he's gonna have so much money from suing everybody.
I don't know about that.
He's gonna be suing like crazy.
I don't know that he's going to win anything.
Well, he'll
I
be a
think he'll
billionaire.
sue.
If he's not guilty, he'll be a billionaire.
I mean,
think he
they're
will.
ruining his life. You know.
Yeah,
Everyone
I think he
will
will.
want his face on their product.
Yeah.
Well, the police department has immunity up to a point till civil rights are broken.
Yeah, people are people are so happy these days, and the reality of it is they have enough to accuse him of the crime. So I mean,
Well,
I hate to know that I got a criminal at my house at a party, and here comes flashbangs and barricades knocking my doors out, and I had nothing to do with this. And all of a sudden, it could be the plumber working on my sink. They want to get him, and they come in here like Rambo. They grab him. Of course, they're gonna throw me down too, and then they take him out. Now, who's gonna fix my door?
twice I've had the cops call me
And how
say
do you get
there's a
another
guy in
plumber?
your bar right now that we want. Now you can either talk to him and bring him out to us, or we can come in and get him. It's happened to me twice in almost 6 years.
Okay, so in the car, I'm gonna pull this up where y'all can see it. And the writing is super sloppy. This is from Pennsylvania, but this is what they took out of the car when they did the search warrant. So they took swabs, a Ziploc bag with pink zipper, 7 quarters, plastic baggie with green zipper, 36 dimes, 32 nickels, 8 pennies. Obviously, the dude saves his change. Gloves, receipts, car insurance card, card registration, hiking boots, comfort inn, a room key holder, and stay information, tire irons, shovel, goggles, floor mats, reflective vests, used water bottles, wrench, door panels, seats and seat cushions, headrest, seat belt, visor, fiber, brake pedal, gas pedal, phone charger, band-aid, wrappers, maps, documents, and the seatbelt boot.
So they didn't have any unknown brown stains or nothing. They didn't mention anything about swabbing stains or anything.
No, but that was just what this is just what they took the day that he was arrested. So they took the car, moved it to wherever, did this, and then I'm sure the seats, floor mats, and all that would have probably had to have been uh, tested at a lab or something like that.
But I mean, visible. They
Visibly.
didn't have anything that was like they
Not
had
that
in the apartment.
no, not that I've seen.
Okay.
Does that say he had band-aids and maps?
Yeah, there's a band-aid, and then there's maps, documents, and the seatbelt boot.
Who carries a map anymore?
And he had a shovel.
Oh,
A lot of
What-
people were
That could have been
saying,
the snow. That could have been
Yeah.
to shovel snow.
right. That's what I had said. That because like you know, don't dive. We're in Louisiana. We don't get a whole lot of snow down here.
Right.
But people that live up north, they could carry, and I even said this, it could be a snow shovel. They don't specify what type of shovel it is. But when you're accused of murdering 4 people and it's done with a knife that has not been found, people kind of tend to want to say, well, what the hell do you have a shovel in his car for?
True. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it could have been for the snow. I can completely understand that. Now, if it was like a big jacked up 4-wheel drive truck, I'd be like, what the hell does he need a shovel in his truck for? But could be.
hey, I carry a
what?
shovel in my jacked up 4-wheel drive truck that has a plow on it.
Well, see, but
But in my car, I would have a tow strap before I carry a shovel.
Big Al, do you carry Band-Aids in your truck?
I have a first aid kit in my truck, yeah.
he only has one Band-Aid. It's
Good.
That's my question about the one Band-Aid. If it's one Band-Aid, did he have an injury?
I mean, it doesn't say if it's a used Band-Aid. It don't say if it's new. It's not plural. It just says Band-Aid.
I mean,
I
by the
don't
time
know. I
they
don't
found him,
think
if
it's
he
a big
had any
deal.
injuries that were related to the crime, they would have been healed.
Right.
I mean, so
By the other band-aids.
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean the other Band-Aids?
Well, he probably got a pack of 6 band-aids, and the vicious wounds he got from hitting himself while other people were defending himself from knife wounds, he just put 5 band-aids on, and they were fine 4 days later when he went to the doctor.
Yeah, and there could
Yeah.
have been like one Band-Aid left in the pack or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
Apparently, he likes Ziploc bags though, because he keeps. I don't know what was in the Ziploc bag with the pink zipper, but he had 7 quarters, a plastic baggie with green zipper. So I don't see what was in those, and
Maybe for the trash.
could have been. Hey Tanya, how are you? So 7 quarters. That's like what, $1.75?
well, going to Pennsylvania, he's carrying change for tolls unless he's got an easy pass.
Well, that could have been it
'Cause
too.
there's tolls all over Pennsylvania and well, parts
Probably
of Ohio
on the
and
way.
Illinois, Indiana.
But he wouldn't have had an easy pass for all of them, though, right?
Well,
you
they
would
have
have to
different
have it
passes for different states, but Easy
states.
Pass covers everything on the East Coast pretty much.
Oh, okay.
And
So
then I think
that could have been what it was.
it's the East Coast, and then correct me if I'm wrong. I think Riddler, you're from Florida, right?
Yes, sir.
So Florida has what the hell is it called? Sunshine Pass? Is that what it's called?
Yep. Yes, sir.
And they don't honor the Easy Pass. So
I'll have
you
to go
get
look at and see what their name is. But yeah, you got to pass this.
There's different passes.
And that way it gets you through all the tolls. You just go right on through the
Yeah,
tolls.
and Easy
don't
Pass
think
is
we
primarily
have.
in the Northeast.
Does Louisiana have? We don't have tolls in Louisiana, do we?
No, I don't think so.
I don't
I
think
know-
so, Scarlett.
I know you have to, like, if you're in Cameron and you want to get on the
Yeah.
ferry, you got to pay. But
On the
it's-
ferry, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like $1 per car or whatever, but it's not
I mean, it's
anything like a toll or
primarily
anything.
the Northeast, and I think Illinois got tollways.
Texas does for sure.
Texas does. California has
Don't
some.
Tennessee and
toll.
Kentucky have them? But he wouldn't have went through that way.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think Tennessee. I've been in quite a few cities and
Never
towns,
seen one
and
in Tennessee.
I've never seen them in Tennessee.
Okay.
So I think coming from Idaho, he would have seen geez, I think it would just be Illinois, possibly Indiana.
But yeah, he got stopped
If he on the
twice in
turnpike,
Indiana.
if he took I-80 all the way across, which is the way I would go, he had tolls in Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania, Illinois,
Yeah,
none in Iowa, none in South Dakota.
in Illinois they have too many tolls. Tad said Kentucky does have tolls.
They do.
Yeah, I remember whenever I
I
was
did
younger
not know
going
that.
to Kentucky, I remember us having to go through tolls, but I don't remember what state it was in that we
I've been
went
there
through
a bunch of times. Tad, where in Kentucky do they have tolls?
But he wouldn't have went through
It wouldn't be in
Kentucky.
Kentucky. He would take I-80 all the way across.
He would have went through, was it Illinois, Indiana, Ohio,
Iowa.
into Pennsylvania.
I have a first aid kit in my car, and I've got a CPR mask. So if I have to give someone CPR, my lips don't come in contact with their lips. But see, I'm a prepper, and I got a little small stove. It's like a coffee can size.
Mm-hmm.
And I can, if I have to stay somewhere overnight or I break down on one of these back roads in Florida, I can cook. I got blankets. I got the whole works in there. I'll survive for about 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, I'm a prepper too.
We break down together. We're having a party, brother.
Right. I mean,
I got plenty of food, plenty of water, extra smokes.
But I got paracord. And what happened one time, we got stuck up on one of these big bridges here, and we sat there for about 8 hours. And,
oh wow!
Yeah, semi was hanging over the edge, and there was another little small car underneath it. But where I really learned my lesson was when Atlanta, Georgia, had a bad snowstorm, and everybody got stuck on the highway around 4 o'clock. They let the schools out around 1. Everybody's getting off work, and then all of a sudden the road freezes up, and there's a big, almost like a blizzard for us in the South, and nobody's there to get them. They just tell them stay in your car till tomorrow. So they stayed in their cars for over 24 hours in that freezing cold. No food, no blankets.
Oh, wow.
And and some people just left their cars there on the road and went and walked home.
Wow.
And so the next morning, now they got a bigger mess. They can't move these cars and, to get everything out of the way. But everybody got caught with their pants down. So that's why I always say, carry some extra food in the car, carry some extra bottles of water, and have a blanket always, and a first aid kit.
Yeah, and not a cheap first aid kit. Spend $100.
Right, get one that's OSHA approved.
Yeah, make sure you got a blood clot, something that'll clot blood. Because when you need it, you need it.
And I can even carry these little Altoid cans in my pocket. And inside them's got Band-Aid. It's got Neosporin, or a triple antibiotic cream that you can put on your wounds. Little alcohol pads, the whole works like that. So yeah, I don't know if he's that way, but I'm that way. I'm a prepper, and
I mean, it makes sense, especially in places where it snows and you could potentially get stuck. Just like in Louisiana, we and even Florida, like we don't have to really worry about it.
Now, the only thing you got to worry about right down here is flooding.
Yeah, that's the way. Well, especially in the southern part of Louisiana.
Yeah, it floods around where I'm at.
Yeah. Oh, so, but I mean, usually if it's going to snow in Louisiana, we usually know about it with a week ahead of time of a possibility, and everybody goes into panic mode at that time.
3 snowflakes and the store's empty.
Yeah, there's literally everything is off the shelves, and there's no gas because everybody goes and buys it all out. And then once it does snow, they think that they know how to drive in it.
My truck says 4-wheel drive on the side. Get the fuck out of the way. I come through.
Summer, that's what we have problems with too, flooding and hurricanes here.
Yeah.
All right, so Brad wanted to know real quick, what made them originally think that the act occurred between 3 and 4? Because that is something that they came out with in the very beginning, saying that the murders happened between 3 and 4.
Great question.
Because, like, they would have, it seems to me, they're coming out, and this is weeks at a time after the murders, saying 3 to 4. 3 to 4. That's all we heard, 3 to 4. Don't know about 4 to 5 until the PCA comes out. But they would have had to have, interview Dylan and Bethany, either if not on November the 13th, because they were completely upset and just couldn't handle the interview, they at least had it done it by the 14th. They would have known that time that all of those kids were home by 2 o'clock and in their rooms or asleep or in their rooms by 4 o'clock.
Well, I know for sure because I seen on it was 3 channels I saw it, and then also on the TikTok that Xana's, when she had her TikTok on and she texted Madeline Mayer to Queen, Queen, okay, Queen. That was after 4. That was, I think, at either 4:02 or 4:04.
Okay. And they're saying 4 is when the DoorDash was done, and then 4:04 is when the last time that they saw the car coming to the house.
Okay.
Let me ask you this: can the defense say, "Hey, I want each one of those girls. I want to see a whole summary on their phone calls and text messages."
Yes, that's
between
part of
these
discovery.
hours?
That's
they,
part of
they
it.
pulled it all in the big dump. They've got
Yeah.
all that data.
It's part of the discovery.
Now, you said she talked to someone named Queen. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, Xana had
Queen
texted
Street.
and said Madeline Mayer and said Queen. That's all was on the text.
Queen.
Queen.
Does that mean Queen Street or not? Must mean Queen Street. Or
It
Queen.
just
Is
just
that a code
Queen.
for the chess game?
Well,
You
it
know,
could-
King,
it-
Queen, Jack. It was just Queen, and it was this girl, Madeline Mayer.
Queen could mean something else, but I don't want to get into that yet.
Well, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
A chess piece.
right.
Chess
Exactly.
piece. Yeah.
Yeah, like King, Queen, and
rocks, pawns, bishops.
Bishop
I
and
heard this on
pawns.
another channel
Bishop.
today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pawns.
Yeah. It was funny, yes.
That's a
Yep,
West
that
Coast thing.
That was talked about too with the bishop, and yeah.
Oh,
Right.
wait, who was that? Shit. You said on TikTok, right? Did she comment at that?
With Queen, yeah, on TikTok, it was
Yes.
to a Madeline Mayer, Mayer.
I seen who posted that. Somebody took a screenshot of that, and it had on there where Xana. When they took the screenshot, it didn't have the time; it just had the date, November the 13th of 2022, and that's all she said was just Queen. Like, I don't know if she was like calling, because I don't know what the video was about. But I don't know if she was calling her Queen or.
Well, you see, when I stopped it, you know how you can just tap it and stop the TikTok video from playing. Well, I stopped it and zoomed in on the picture, and it showed the time, and it was after 4.
Okay, Roger, because he's saying, where do we know this Queen thing from? Roger, I don't know exactly what she was referring to. It was just, that's all she left a comment.
That was it. That's all she said is Queen.
Yeah, just the word Queen. It was left as a comment under another girl's TikTok video.
Yeah. It's like Xana was texting Madeline Mayer, Queen, and that's all that she put was Queen. I don't know what that meant.
Now.
I have unless she was just saying, "Oh, you the Queen" or something like that, but I don't know. It may not have been.
Yeah. And whenever I first seen it, and I actually saw the screenshot of it, like, I don't know, maybe a week ago. And is somebody snoring?
Somebody's dog's growling.
Oh, I thought somebody was snoring.
Or stuff. That or somebody's stomach's rumbling.
But whenever I seen it, I just took it as that's what she was calling her, was like you're a queen or whatever.
Yeah, me too.
That's what I took it as. But it could have been something else. I don't know, because there was other people that had commented under it. It was like, it's sad to know that we're watching the same video that Xana had watched and stuff like that. So,
and then also they had the Venmo transactions. Don't forget about those, because there was some Venmo
Girl, I'm the queen of Venmo. You give me a name and I'm already into their Venmo and seeing everything that's going on.
Well,
Scarlett signs up for whatever she's got to get the data.
She's got a lot of information, though. That's why I like her channel. I mean, she is so informative. But you work hard, though. You work very hard, Scarlett.
Yeah, I don't even what is this sleep thing. I don't even know what that's all about no more.
What are you going to do after the Kohberger case is over with?
I don't know.
You'll find another one. You will.
I'm pretty sure another one will eventually come out, which I hope not, because honestly, I don't like
I know.
having to talk about stuff like this because it is super sad. But as long as it's here, I'm gonna report on it. I hear serious background noise right now.
that's Tony.
No,
Tony,
it's not me. It's not me.
That's Big Al. Big Al, what you doing?
No, Big Al's muted.
Big
I'm
Al's
on mute.
muted.
I'm on mute, sweetheart.
Well, huh? What is that noise? It's not me, y'all. I'm not doing nothing but sitting here.
I don't know. Hey, Megan, how are you? Callie Dom, how are you? I don't hear it now. Let's see, big storm going over my house. Oh, Freya, be safe.
I think probably the trial is going to go on between 6 to 8 weeks.
That's what I'm thinking.
I think so.
And then how long does the jury deliberate?
Mm,
We're gonna get a quick one like Murdaugh, or
That all depends on how the performance is by the attorneys.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it, let's just say if it goes 8 weeks, I'm going to give it a week for jury selection. So 7 weeks of trial. I'm going to say 3 days because of it being 4 victims. I'm going to say 3 days worth of deliberation.
Yeah. I think so too. Could be a little longer. It could be 4 to 5 days, but I'm thinking 3 days too.
And Tad just said November 13th verdict. Can you imagine? Because they have the trial set from October the 2nd to November the 12th.
But you know what? That's going to change. Yeah. I bet you.
I think it does. But if it doesn't and it does go, could you imagine a guilty verdict on November the 13th?
That'd be super ironic.
Yeah, you're right.
has anybody read the tort? I think that's
The
what it's
tort
called.
the tort claims.
Yeah, what's the suit about? I mean,
They haven't said. It's basically they're just giving them a heads up that they are putting that in. So if they want to sue, they can, and they have 2 years to do it.
right, that's what doesn't make sense. They got 2 years to do it.
So I don't know if that's
Why
just
put
like
it in now? Because they have opened themselves up to, it's like Nancy Gray says, they open themselves up to be witnesses
Yeah,
or to be cross-examined.
I don't know where they're going, like what they're going to sue, other than they're saying that it's going to, if they do, it could be Washington State University, Idaho State Police, Moscow Police Department, and University of Idaho.
I would think it would have to give a reason why. And maybe they're just not sharing it with us, but it's probably the when the message first went out and not getting proper notification at home and everybody else hears about it. But that's not the police's fault.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
I've got to side with law enforcement on that one because it's going to take them 4 to 6 hours easily to get in touch with them. Everything they got to go through to get to them, to make it 100% positive. We got the right family.
Yeah, and I don't know what it's going to be for. They didn't even put, as far as like an amount, they just said an unspecified amount. All right, y'all. We got 266 people watching and only 149 likes. That's it.
Oh, y'all better get to click and put that DNA on that like button.
That's a whole bunch of laziness there.
Y'all hit the thumbs up, please. Let's see. In my opinion, they're suing to cover up part of the investigation. I don't know. It could be um, a slew of different things, honestly. Hey, Patsy Cline, how are you?
Well, after the Rodney case, I guess the family's right to maybe keep things in the light and let law enforcement know and put them on notice. Frankly, keep your shit together and do this right.
Yep.
Our kids
Right.
deserve justice, and if you don't, we're gonna drag you through the frickin' mud.
Exactly.
Has anybody been keeping up with the 6 women that they found in Oregon that they're thinking it's a possible SK out there?
I
Mm,
was reading a little bit about that, but I haven't really looked into it further to see what's been going on. But I don't know if you remember, Scarlett. Remember, I think it was between Lake Charles and Jennings. You remember all those women? It was a lot. It was like 11.
What year was that?
Oh gosh, girl, that was like let me think. It was in the early, I want to say maybe around 2003, 2004, and it was between Jennings and Lake Charles. They had 11 women that were missing. They were found in cane fields, sugar cane fields in different locations, but close to the same vicinity. And they never found who did that. That had to have been a serial killer.
I might have heard of it. I just don't remember it.
Yeah, that was a big deal because at first they thought it could have been a trucker.
Mhm.
Then they said it was possibly could have been a cop, but they never found anybody that did that. That was a
Oh,
major
wow.
cold cases, and to this day they still don't have no suspects.
That is crazy.
11 women. I mean, it was like one after another. It's like probably at least every 2 to 3 weeks they was having somebody missing, somebody, and then they'd find their body.
Well, that's how this one in Oregon is. Like they found, it's been like the last 6 months. They have found 6 different women, and 2 of the women they found on the same day. Uh, one of them is an unidentified Native American,
Oh my goodness.
and she was found less than 3 miles from another lady. Okay, so the Native American lady, she was found on April the 24th, and then another lady was found the same day. But this Native American woman that's unidentified at the time was found less than 3 miles from one of the other victims. But it's 6 total, and it's they've all been found in secluded areas. The last woman that was found was a guy that was going fishing at a pond, and in a secluded area, and that's he found her. He come across her body,
Wow.
and they're all around the Portland area. Within they're saying within 100 miles of each other, but the two were found right there, less than 3 miles away. And Sally Mae says she's in Portland, but she don't think that all of them are connected.
Really? Oh my gosh. So
So,
they're all around that area, but they said they don't find a connection?
well, Sally Mae in chat is saying she doesn't think that they're all connected.
Oh, okay.
Some of them could be, but
Okay.
not all of them. But still, though, 6 women. That's that's scary. So Sally Mae, you're in the Portland area. Please be careful.
Wow. Oh, definitely.
And then I just seen where did
Girl, make sure you're packing.
who was that just said that? Just Ann said in chat that there's like 8 women right now in Louisiana.
Oh my God.
But I'm trying to find out. I don't think she answered me. I'm trying to see what part of Louisiana.
Will they ever find out about Austin, Texas? I know that guy turned himself in, but is that
What?
What was that about?
they've got plenty of people missing in Austin, Texas, and this one guy turned himself in and says I'm the guy. But you got nutcases out there
Oh,
too.
Yeah, I seen that. I didn't read the article, but I was scrolling through something else on YouTube. I seen where somebody was talking about that he said that he was the guy that they were looking for, or something like that. But I don't know if he was telling the truth or not. But still, though, that's scary though. But Sally Mae says she's safe, so I'm curious to know what part of Louisiana though the 8 women are in. That just Ann was talking about. That Vapor was up here, and then his thing showed that it just his device disconnected, and then he dropped off. So I don't know if his internet something's wrong with it or what. Let's see. The state with the lowest number of SK victims is South Dakota, 6 victims in 110 years, likely one a murder. Yeah, it's gotten where it's not even safe out there anymore.
No, it's not. And it's like that all over the United States. It just breaks my heart when you start hearing all these missing kids.
Lady Claymore said all of us to come over there where she's at in the UK because the US is nuts.
Hey, let's go.
If I flew, Lady Claymore, I would be happy to come see the UK, but I don't fly.
I love to fly. I haven't flown in a while. Last time was New York, but I love to fly.
Not me. I'm done. I did it for 15 years, 5 days a week. I'm good. No more. I'll drive there now.
I'm not. Oh, my bad, Lady Claymore. She's in Scotland. Still, Scotland would be an awesome place to go.
The
She's
pictures
near
are
Edinburgh,
beautiful.
isn't she?
Yes, I believe that's where she said she was from.
Roslyn Cathedral.
I bet you it's pretty over there.
My
Pictures
ancestors
are beautiful.
are from Scotland or from that area.
Mm-hmm.
I remember flying when I was in the Air Force, and we're about 40,000 feet high, and we lose oxygen.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And we don't have the seats we're in. They're jump seats. I don't know if you understand. That's like a little cloth with a bar running underneath it,
Mm-hmm.
and it hurts you. But we're in a fuel tanker, and so we got to pull out this little bottle out from underneath our seats. It's got a strap on it. You hang around your neck, and you pull this. They call it an apple, a cord, and it brings oxygen into you. And well, I don't want to say half, probably about 5 of them didn't work. They had to go put gas masks on people like a fireman has. And then we had to do a nosedive. And I said right then, we ain't getting out of this. That's how deep that nosedive was. And we went down below 10,000 feet. And then he leveled it off. And it must have got 20 degrees hotter in there. We're peeling our clothes off because we're sweating so hard. But when we went over the Grand Canyon, when we finally got over the Grand Canyon, in the back of a tanker, there's a glass bottom, a window, big one, where they can hook up and refuel the other airplanes so they can see what they're doing. And I got to see the whole Grand Canyon and Hoover's Dam. And it felt like I could just stick my hand out and touch it, because that's about 4,000 to 6,000 feet elevation there. And we're sitting just under 10,000 feet of elevation. So we're flying low to the ground now. But it felt like I could just reach down and touch it, because we were looking through that window, and I was laying on my stomach, laying on that window. It was so beautiful. But that was a bad experience, but I enjoy flying. I mean, I'd rather fly than drive across the country.
No way. No way. I disagree.
Big I'd rather be a trucker, huh?
Respectfully disagree.
Yeah, see, I'm not flying nowhere. So
flying anymore. I mean, when I started flying for work, it was somewhat enjoyable. You know, you fly so much, you get status. You're first class all the time. You know, it's better than, regular flying. But after so many times in and out of the airport, dealing with TSA, dealing with rental car companies, dealing with hotels, just over and over and over and over and over again, it's just, no. Give me a pickup truck. I'll set the cruise control and I'll just drive.
And I remember the hurricane hunters. They came into our base here in Florida, and they landed at our base, and they were going to sleep overnight. They were going to get their rest. And they asked me, they said, "You want to go?" You can fly with us. Now they're going through one of the biggest storms ever, Mitchell and Gilbert, sitting out there. They were like, number fives,
No
and
thanks.
yeah, exactly. But they says it's not that doesn't the wind's not higher than the jet stream, and of course our planes like to get in the jet stream and play because the jet stream is at least 150 miles an hour.
Nope.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I said,
Nope.
nah, because I know y'all dropped the bottom out from under you. But we did go through off the coast of Savannah. We went through a tropical depression that turned into a storm, and there was a little airplane, and we could hear him say "Mayday, Mayday, Mayday," and he gave us a call sign. Then they asked us if we could see him. We could see the end of the airplane.
Oh wow.
We were in a C-130, and that was a rough 20 minutes. That's all the flight was to get to Savannah. It was about 20 minutes.
Well, that would be Eglin Air Force Base.
No, I was in Jacksonville here.
Okay.
And I've been to Eglin. That's a big base. But Tyndall was my favorite. Tyndall and Nellis is nice because Vegas is there. If it wasn't for that, you're out in the middle of a desert.
Wow.
We get the training flights coming over my place all the time from Fargo. They go from Fargo to Camp Ripley to Duluth, and they fly over a treetop. And they'll fly over and tip a wing, and you can literally see in the window. They're so low. You can tell you can tell the guy's hair color and what kind of glasses he's wearing. I mean, you can see that clearly.
What kind of aircraft is it?
C-130s.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like 50 feet above the trees. Shakes the shit falls off the walls.
We have fighters at our base, but we did have a C-130 also. But we had the F-106, and we went to the F-16, which that's the one I like the best. And then they went to the F-15 later. And they're supposed to be getting the F-35s coming soon.
All we hear is B-52s down here.
Oh, really?
Yep.
They're loud as shit, though.
Yeah, well, down here, though, because they're doing all the touch and goes, they don't, and we're close to, like, right at the flight path of it. So they're constantly flying during the day, and they don't fly very high. And it's an all day thing that you hear. We used to have the A-10s, but I haven't seen the A-10s fly through here in a very long time.
They're really cool planes, the A-10.
Yeah. But my husband,
Scarlett.
Troll, he flew from, you flew back from Chile, right? He flew from Chile. He flew offshore. He's just been all over the place. And I'm just like, I'll take your word for it. He's like, oh, flying is wonderful. It's so much fun.
Well, Scarlett, if Kohberger could fly and he didn't like flying, you can do it.
No, I can't be in a small, confined place with people I don't know. That's just like the worst.
I don't want to be in a small plane, even with people I know.
You see the videos that are coming out now, and everybody's freaking out on these planes. I don't know how
that's
well I
what I'm saying, because you don't know what their mental thought is, and I just don't like. I've been to air shows and been inside of like all the Air Force planes and all this and that is cool as shit. But going up in air, no.
That's what was good about being at Nellis, because the Thunderbirds are stationed there. Mm-hmm. And every morning about 7 o'clock, they're out there flying and doing their formations and practicing. And you get to see them pull those 9Gs and pull that jet straight up in the air and yank it and bank it and everything else. And that is so neat and fun to watch. And I would get to work early just to watch them every morning, because we don't get that here in Jacksonville.
Thunderbirds and the Blue Angels and...
Yeah, I've seen the Blue Angels.
Yeah, the Blue Angels were first here in Jacksonville at NAS. And then they went to Pensacola.
Tony, I think your dog thinks you're nuts. It's kind of giving you that look.
That's love. You've probably never seen that look before in your life.
She's like, why do you have this camera pointed at me for everybody to see?
And who am I waving at?
But she's like awesome though. Every time he's ever had her on, like the camera on her, she just lays there. She doesn't do anything, act up or anything.
Oh, she's so cute. Sure.
She's like, yeah.
Look, oh. Shabby B.
She's like, I ain't having none of that.
It's like, talk to the hand. Talk to the paw, Dad. Oh boy, I think it's time. I'm going to hit it for the night, guys.
Oh my God, it's almost 2:30 over here. I think I'm gonna go too, y'all.
They ever find the Long Island cereal SK? That's another big one, Long Island SK.
I don't know.
I think I heard something about that. I think I heard something about that. How many was it?
I don't know how many he's attacked, but they haven't found him from what last I heard.
Wow. People are crazy out there, y'all. I mean, they are plumb nuts.
Oh,
Yeah,
for sure.
And there's a lot of people just to make themselves so easy of a target.
My God.
Yeah, that's why I don't hardly ever go anywhere.
I don't either, Scarlett. I'm like a homebody. Just
Yep.
I go to the grocery store, the doctor, and that's it. I come home.
I wanted to go to the beach this summer, but I probably ain't even gonna do that.
I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. It's just there's too much, like, because the last time we went down to the beach to Rutherford Beach, there was it was packed, and I've never seen it every year that I've ever went whenever I was younger. And I'm sure if you're like, because I can tell you're from South Louisiana, so you probably know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There's never been people there, maybe one or two people when we went the year that Hurricane Laura came through. And
Yeah.
It was completely packed. And I told my husband, I was like, yeah, this is like, don't like all the people on the beach.
Right.
Did Southern Louisiana recover from the storms, or are they still down there building?
From Laura and Delta and all that? No, not really.
Laura literally wiped Cameron out.
Yeah.
It took out everything.
I mean, because I saw Homestead and Florida City after Andrew went through there, and I'm trying to figure out how in the heck they're going to rebuild this place.
Well, that's like Andrew when it hit over here really bad.
Yeah, it came across us as a 5, but it kept Louisiana as a 1. And then Katrina was a 1 when it came through Fort Lauderdale, Florida, but it became a 5 out in the Gulf. And by the time it got to Louisiana, I think it was a 3, but I'm not sure.
And then we got Lily. Lily was pretty bad over here. We had a lot of damage around here by our house. And because we closer to Lafayette area by I-10. But yeah, we've had Louisiana get some really bad hurricanes, I tell you. And I'm just hope we don't get one this year.
Me too.
Did Homa or Homa, however you say it, is it
Homa?
Homa, how do these make out?
They got it pretty bad around there. I noticed when me and my husband was going through New Orleans to go to Biloxi, Mississippi, back in January. We were on Highway 90 going towards New Orleans, and I noticed they just now being able to do a lot of cleaning up, but they had a lot of homes, and it was terrible. It was really, really bad. But Katrina, oh my God, that was bad. Katrina was just terrible.
And it's one of those things that you don't get how bad it really is until you see it firsthand when there's no houses there, or the houses that are there, they've got the X's on the doors, or shrimp boats up in the marsh and all that. It's a very sad sight to see. Oh yeah, and then when Rita hit, and that came through Cameron and all that too. Yeah, it hit Delcom really bad. Mm-hmm. Delcom was near about underwater. The water was so deep that there was watermarks on the trees. Oh yeah, and also the caskets were in cemeteries were just floating. Yep. They had a problem because a lot of bodies were coming out of the caskets. It took them, oh my God, forever to try and identify
get with the families of the bodies because they was nowhere by their headstones and where they were supposed to be. It was terrible.
Yeah, there's a lady that's in Cameron that we always buy shrimp from. And when we went down after Rita hit, we were in her front yard and you could still see the watermarks on the trees that was like way over our head.
Oh yeah.
And there's cemeteries along that road from Rutherford Beach into, but right before you get into
Yeah.
Cameron, and the coffins were just sitting in the cemetery. They wasn't even in the ground anymore.
And which hurricane was that just totally demolished Holly Beach? Which
know
one was that?
Rita did, Laura did, but there was one several years ago. Which one was that?
I think it was Rita that totally, I mean, it wiped out Holly
Yeah,
Beach.
it took out Holly Beach and Cameron.
Yeah.
And they were taking all the shrimp boats up to Lake Charles, and was, tying out in Lake Charles or whatever. But there was still a lot of them that was there that ended up in the marsh. Because when you come over the Intercoastal Canal, that big bridge right there that
Yeah.
takes you into Creole,
Yeah.
and, there was all out in that big open marsh right there was nothing but a bunch of shrimp and boats.
Wow.
I can remember people telling me that after Katrina, they found bodies 25 to 30 feet in the air up on the trees.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Water went, and they said it was worse than Camille, even though Camille had the bigger winds coming in. But Katrina was a 5 at one time, a perfect 5. Well, the water won't die down, even though the winds do. And so all that surge came through there, and I said, "Oh my goodness!"
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was bad. Katrina was just, it was devastating, especially the Ninth Ward down in New Orleans. Oh my God, it was it just broke my heart for those people.
Yeah.
Well, New Orleans actually survived the hurricane. Okay, their levees gave way.
Yeah, and broke.
Yeah.
But Mississippi caught the worst of Katrina.
Oh yeah, Mississippi was really bad.
Yeah, that got really rocked in Mississippi because it tore down the all those what do you call those floating casinos?
The casinos, yeah.
Yeah, and I said, how are they going to rebuild it? But they do.
Yeah, because all the boats that was out in the marinas was pretty much, they were across 98. They were across that highway, all across the beach into the people's yard. All that had just pushed. They had one big casino, the Grand Casino. That we went right over there I'd say about a month later, and the casino was still in the road. One of those big casinos where you had to go around and take I-10 because you couldn't go down there on the beach side. That was terrible. Because plus that bay, you see that the bay that overflowed also and caught a lot of I-10. It was really bad. But I'll never forget me and my husband driving to Holly Beach, and my father-in-law had a camp out there, and his grandfather had a camp out there. There was nothing to it but the steps to go inside. That was it.
Yeah, a lot of those houses, around there is all built up on them pylons, and you just go down there and there's just the pylons still there, and that's it. There's not even a house nowhere to be seen. It's very sad.
Yeah, it is. Louisiana's pretty bad for their hurricanes. That's when. But we're right there by the water.
Yeah.
I'm
150 miles inland, and when Laura came, before the eye even hit landfall, like we were getting it really bad up here, and before it even touched land at all, Lake Charles was getting was it close to 150 mile per hour winds?
Yeah.
And up where we're at, we were already getting the winds. Like it was blowing pretty bad here.
Wow. Yeah, when they say there's a tropical storm or a depression in the Gulf, it's like or by Haiti, out there by Haiti, that's when I panic. I say, oh boy, where's it gonna go? Is it gonna go to Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Florida. Where's it? And then Michael was bad in Florida, in
Mhm.
Panama City. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, that was
I
real rough. You ought to Google sometime, Michael Stadium effect, and that's where the eye is sitting over this forest, and somebody's in the middle of it, and they're taking a picture, and it looks like a coliseum all around you, going all the way up to the heavens.
Mhm.
wow.
And it's very, because Laura, the eye of Laura came over where we're at, and it's very calm, sun shining, wind ain't blowing, and then once the eye wall starts coming, getting closer, the wind starts picking up, and here comes the storms again.
Yep. That's a scary feeling. It's like it's coming.
You just don't know exactly when.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh yeah. And I would love to move, and my husband says, "Well, no, I don't think so."
But South Louisiana, and that's what I told people in here. Like, I always liked going down there. We went whenever I was younger. We would go down to Cameron every year, Holly Beach, Rutherford Beach, and all that. The locals down there are just awesome, awesome people. Everybody down there, you say hi to them, they speak back to you. They will sit there and hold a conversation with you, and may have never even seen you before in their life, but they talk to you like they've known you forever.
Yeah.
And it's just the people, the locals are just awesome, and not to mention the food. The
Oh
food
my
is
God. Oh God, yeah.
so good down there.
Very good. Very good. The culture is just awesome. The history. A lot of
It's just
history.
it's something that you have to go to experience it. And I'm not talking about New Orleans. I'm talking about just like the little towns.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's where it's
I'm originally from Bogalusa. You ever heard of that, Scarlett?
yes.
That's on the other side of Covington. It's close. We're probably about 45 minutes over the from the Mississippi line by
Mm-hmm.
I would say Hattiesburg, over that Pearl River, over
Right.
the Pearl River that runs down through there, because you got the Louisiana side of the Pearl River, and then you got the Mississippi side of the Pearl River.
Oh yeah, I know exactly where Bogalusa is.
Yep, Bogalusa. Yep, we're the little small old country town. That's where I'm originally from. But yeah, they got what did they have? They had a one of the hurricanes went through there as it was going up, and it really messed up Bogalusa. And I mean, that's an old town, so there's a lot of old houses, and I don't know, a lot of them are still standing, but it's I'm surprised it didn't get messed up more than what it did.
Mm-hmm. And Running Bears says that they want to go to the swamps.
The swamps,
The swamps can be fun.
Terrebonne. Hey, Terrebonne. Go to Terrebonne Parish and Homa, all
Just
that area back there. There you go with the
bring
swamps.
bring mosquito spray and keep your hands in a boat.
Yes.
Same
Go
thing.
on a,
Go down to the Everglades and look for skunk apes.
Oh yeah, hey, Bogalusa had a Bigfoot spotted, and you know what? My cousin, we're supposed to be going over there next week, and they're from one is from Fort Walton Beach, and then the other two are from Defuniak Springs by Niceville. And my cousin actually back in, I think it was 1979. Her and her husband was on a little small country road, and she actually took a picture of a Bigfoot going into the woods off of the highway they were on. And she said she had never told nobody because she didn't think anybody would believe her. And probably about, I want to say it's been about 11 years ago, she had sent it was on my old phone, and I don't even have the picture, but or I would send it to you, Scarlett, and I could have emailed it to you, could have put it up. I'm gonna have to get that picture from her again. But she sent that picture to me. And when I seen that, I said, "Oh my God!" She said, "Honey, there's no man or no human that's in that suit. You could tell. It was a really good picture, and it was scary as hell." She said, it scared the crap out of her. I said, well, how tall was it? She said at least 7 to 8 feet tall. She said, and it was big.
Ash just said they're scaring me. I'm afraid to go to the South now. No, I mean, there's a lot of cool things to do in Louisiana. We have a festival for everything here.
Well, they got the Rougarou that's down there by Terrebonne.
Mm-hmm.
The Rougarou, that's supposedly some type of a cryptid.
Hey, illusions. Yeah, you go to New Orleans, you got all the voodoo shops and
the beignets and the coffee and the food is like,
yeah.
oh my God.
Yeah.
So awesome.
There's too many bad things happening in New Orleans right now.
Yeah.
That's why I said if you're going to come to Louisiana and you want to experience an actual Louisiana experience, go to South Louisiana and go to one of the small towns. Don't go to New Orleans is cool if you want to go there, but if you want to experience the food and just the culture itself, go to a small town down south.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's like the best people ever. They're the friendliest people. They will literally, you could pull up to their house and be like, I'm looking for so and so, and you'll be sitting there for supper.
Oh yeah, definitely. You're right, Scarlett.
That's just how they are down there. Don't do no voodoo.
I remember going through Louisiana. Let's see, Monroe.
Mm-hmm. On I-20.
And let's see, what's the other one we went to? Winfield.
Winfield. We have a hunting camp near about right out of Alexandria, about an hour from Alexandria, off of 167 towards Winfield. Yep.
And I was going to say Alexandria, of course, Shreveport, Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge.
I call it Baton Rouge, but everybody Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Houma. I said it right this time.
Well, there's a Houma, and then there's a Homer.
Well, this is Houma. This is down
that's
as far
the one
south
down
as you can go.
Yeah.
And horses with chains will never drag me back there again.
If you really want to go to very deep south, as far Louisiana as you can go, you go to Plaquemines.
Yeah.
I think that's about as far south in Louisiana as you can get.
Yeah, Plaquemines Parish.
Without ending up out in the middle of the Gulf.
Here in Florida, it's Key West is about as far south as you're going to get. And that's different there, too.
Just don't go to Grand Isle because that is not a good place to go. Oh, no.
But if you've ever been to the southwest coast of Florida and Key West, it's about the closest thing you're going to see to Hawaii or one of those paradise islands here in the States.
Wow.
It's just like that. And it's amazing. And go down there and everything's Jimmy Buffett. And it's so relaxed down there. And nobody cares.
Yeah, isn't Ernest Hemingway's house over there?
Yeah, and those 5-toed cats or 6-toed cats, whatever they are. And Harry Truman, he stayed down there. A lot of places are named after him. And the island's only 1.5 miles by 3 miles. But it's unique. But I was down there for about 45 days. After day 30, I was tired of it. Because if you're not into water sports or don't have a big boat, after a while, it's the same old. But they have an awesome sunset. Everybody goes down.
I bet you that would be pretty. The sunset
goes down to the past Duval Street, and they watch the sunset. As soon as it's over, everybody just comes on back. But there's mostly Europeans are in there, from Germany and from England, and believe it or not, a lot of Turks are in there.
Wow. I heard St. Augustine's pretty too.
Yeah, that's just south of me. That's the oldest city in America.
That's what I heard.
It's a lot of historical if you want to spend time down there. But they got great food, and they got a lot of good shopping places to go. The roads are real tight and small because they kept everything. I mean, you go see the nation's oldest schoolhouse, the nation's oldest fort, everything's the oldest down there. But I mean, there's a modern side on the other part of it where you still go to your McDonald's and all that kind of stuff. But it's beautiful down there, and there's a place called Osting's. We always went there for the shrimp, and it was out of this world. But yeah, I love St. Augustine. Nice weather usually, but you really don't get into Florida till you get south of I-4, about Daytona south. It still
Yeah.
looks like southern Georgia here in Jacksonville, even though we got nice beaches here. They're really nice and beautiful.
Wow.
But Florida's just growing so fast. I'm like, I guess we're going to have to go to Georgia to hunt,
Yeah, really, huh?
hunt and fish. And they're moving it. They're putting apartments in everywhere. There's an open space or a piece of woods. Boom! It got hit. You'll see
Oh,
it torn
wow.
down, and all of a sudden, here goes these 6, 7 stories, and some of them are up to 20 to 30 stories apartments. They're turning old buildings into apartments. These old vacant buildings that were downtown, I don't know, 18 stories high, and they turn them into apartments. People just think it's the greatest thing in the world to go live in there.
There's a lot of people that go that want to move there that retired.
Yeah, most of them go towards Tampa and St. Pete, and now down there where the hurricanes were, they used to be bulletproof. Fort Myers, that's really gorgeous there. And if you're a shopper, that's a dream world. They have nothing. They got shopping centers as long as the eye can see.
Wow.
Yep. And,
I bet you it is pretty down there, though.
but if you go to Sanibel Island, and
Somebody asked about that just a second ago, if they had ever rebuilt it.
I saw some pictures where they're still rebuilding.
Oh, okay.
But you know, Irma hit Jacksonville, where I'm at,
Hmm.
and came in here as a tropical storm, but we still had the number 3 flood tides, and all the downtown went underwater. I
Oh
mean,
my God.
I'm talking about waist deep. And Jacksonville's a huge city. I mean, it's the largest city in America by land, or one of the largest. But we saw the bridges almost, they were starting to go underwater. And it was unbelievable how much water surge came in here, because St. John's River is the only river in this hemisphere that flows north. And the water couldn't get out because the winds are pushing it back in. Whereas in Tampa, they had a reverse surge. They had no water in their bays.
Oh my God.
It was just nothing but mud when you look down there. I mean, it looks like what Moses and them saw when they crossed the Red Sea.
Oh, wow.
Right, all the water left. And but we got it all up here. And it was just amazing how much water came in. You can Google it. Just put Jacksonville Hurricane Irma, and you'll see how deep the water was.
See, people that don't have to deal with the hurricanes, they don't realize the amount of water surge
Oh yeah.
that comes
That's
in.
where all the
That's
all the
a lot of
damage
damage, yes.
and the lives are taken away.
Hmm.
You can kind of stay in a building and get away from those 100-mile-an-hour winds.
Right.
But when when it starts getting over 120, now you're in trouble.
Yeah, and especially if you're just in like a 1 or 2 story building and the water starts coming in, and you go up as high as you can, and then the water can go deeper than that, and it's very scary. That's why they always tell everybody, get out, evacuate.
Right.
We have in Louisiana, I'm sure in Florida too, that we have evacuation routes. I live on the evacuation route, and it gets very crazy up here when hurricanes are starting to come into Louisiana, because everybody from down south floods up here.
And see, I live right on the river here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm only about a quarter of a mile from the river, if that far. And most of the homes in here, like mine, are 2 stories.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's people on the certain rows are lower than mine, but there was people on the second floor holding out a white towel.
Right.
And coming down the road, you see a boat, one of them orange boats with the guys with looks like they're getting ready to go through the rapids. They got the helmets on, the vest. They have to go in there and rescue those people and get them out. And they took them about 3 or 4 blocks to the other side, and over there it's dry. And some people were in chest deep water in their home on the first floor.
Yeah.
And They're still. I mean, just the other day they just finished a house. I don't know how many years ago was that. Irma, 7 or 8 years ago,
Probably. Mhm.
and they're
Hey,
still.
puppy.
I would say about that probably.
And
Hey,
I mean,
puppy dog.
there's still people in here getting it rebuilt, but
Yeah.
the news people, they're the ones that like to get the ratings, and every newsman's got that eye coming right to their city.
Right. It's.
Yeah, look at that little doggy. Oh, look how cute.
I wish my cats were that calm whenever I was live. These two kittens act like a bunch of little wild banshees running around here getting into everything.
I was going to ask you one more thing about this Idaho 4.
Okay.
You remember they said when they put out the
Who?
lookout for the white Elantra, they said occupants.
Right.
That was 2 of them.
Right.
And then after they said the occupants, then when BK gets arrested, he goes, anybody else been arrested?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, I
Yeah.
wonder about that.
Yeah, because that's how they always put it out, even on the press releases. They would put like the occupants of the car may have information about the murders.
So maybe from the ring cam video or a ring cam video or a camera showed more than one person in that car.
Possibility.
Or how many white Elantras were driving around? Of course, talking about a small town at 4 in the morning.
Well, I know that they said, I believe it was 90 that they found on the campus of U of I, and there was 22,000 in the area of Idaho and Washington.
Well, how did they pinpoint his car in particular just by
A police officer drove over to. He went across state lines, went over to the from Idaho, went over to the parking lot in.
Oh no, that one was from Washington State University. That cop was.
Yeah. Oh, he was. I thought it was.
No, it was. So at like 12 something that night.
Good for correcting me. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. It was like right after midnight. There was a WSU cop that was just going to go through their database and just see like if they had any locals with that type of car. And Charles, thank you for gifting that membership. And he comes across Bryan's car with that address of the apartment and everything, but it had a Washington plate still in their system. So 30 minutes later, another cop. Now, I don't know if the first cop that finds it radios the second cop's like, hey, yo, can you go by this apartment building, such and such address, and see if this white car is sitting in the parking lot. But anyway, 30 minutes later, a different cop is out driving around, goes into the parking lot, finds this white Hyundai Elantra. It's the same car, same address that shows with the Washington plates, or with the Pennsylvania plate, I'm sorry, but now it has Washington plates, which we all know 5 days after the murder, he went and got his plates changed from Pennsylvania to Washington.
Yeah.
And then they give all of that information over to Moscow Police Department. Now, this is what I say earlier, November the 29th, 30th, somewhere around in there. But December the 16th, they're still saying Moscow is that they're looking for a 2011 to 2013. And they knew at this time, because they already had this man's name, car, they knew that he had a 2015. So, for whatever reason, I don't know if they just didn't think anything about it, about that car, or did they go back in and relook at the video footage of the night or the morning of the murders and be like, okay, this possibly could be the car or what? Because, and like Jen just said, Jen, I don't know whatever happened to that car that they found in Oregon, but when they found that Elantra in Oregon and everybody went crazy over it, thinking it possibly could have been the one that was involved in the murders, they never once said anything about a white Hyundai Elantra again. It was never brought up by Moscow police after that.
Wow. See that right there?
It's crazy.
That's
the
that's
woman,
weird.
the woman that owned the white Elantra that was found in Oregon actually lived in Colorado, but it was never said if the car was stolen. All she said, or all that Moscow police said that she claims when they talked to her, was that the car was involved in a wreck and it was supposed to be impounded. And for whatever reason, it was left on the side of the street there in Eugene, Oregon for several days. Somebody found it, and internet went wild, thinking that this was the car.
Yeah. Wow.
Let's see, they didn't want him to know. And Scar, that could have been it. They might not have wanted him to. Maybe they just wanted him. Maybe they were on him and wanted him to continue thinking they were looking for a different year model than his car.
Yeah.
So that very well could have been it.
I don't know. There's just so many things about this case that is just, I rack my brain thinking about it. Sometimes I get a headache.
Y'all talking about me remembering all this stuff. I have to make sure that I keep what I can locked in my brain so I don't forget. And there may be something that I've thought about and then forget about, and then somebody else bring it up and be like, "Oh yeah, that's right, I remember that now." Let's see.
I can't wait to that trial. That trial is going to be. I hope that it's going to be televised some way.
Right.
Because I watched it.
I feel for the police officers who had to go in there and look at that. My dad was a fire chief.
Oh, I couldn't have did that. Ugh.
And after a plane crash, some of his guys had psychological problems seeing those bodies the way they are. And I had my best friend I went to school with. He was the detective on the Gainesville Ripper case. And when he was telling me how gruesome that was, and to see cops breaking down and crying, to see these pretty girls just sliced up, oh my goodness. And I'm sure these Idaho police officers, I wouldn't be surprised if they broke down and cried or are having nightmares about what they saw.
Oh, definitely.
Because it's more gruesome than just 3 little puncture wounds. Because you could see it once again, like I said, if those are blood stains on the walls that we're seeing through the windows, the pictures I saw, my goodness.
Now, the ones in the kitchen, I remember talking about this a while back, and I thought at first it might have been like dripping from like the roof from the upper room, but after I realized the layout of the house, I was like, no, that can't be possible because it's not under Maddie's room.
Yeah.
Someone else had said that whenever they went in with, I forgot what they called it. I don't know if it was a luminol or what it was.
Amino black or luminol.
Yeah, it's one of those agents that they put it everywhere to pick up blood, and hey, no fear, how are you? That stuff that they use brought out the stains on the cabinets, and they were saying that it was either like somebody has maybe spilt Coke on the counter and it dripped down, or grease stains or something like that. Now, whether that was it, if that's what it is or not, I don't know, or if it was the red stuff. I don't know. That'll be something that we have to wait for.
Yeah.
I thought it could have been, and I was hoping that someone could prove this to me, that it might have been shadows from the trees or from a dirty window.
Well, what I seen on the cabinet doors, whatever it was, dripped on the top of the cabinet door and then ran down. That's why I think some people were saying that it was like they had spilled something on the cabinet and it kind of like dripped off the cabinet onto the top of the doors and then down, or on top of the counter and then dripped on the doors and kind of like slid down it or whatever.
Yeah, because judging from the kitchen, I would say all those roommates wasn't that clean.
But I even saw the bedrooms through the windows.
Right.
And you could see where streaks of blood was coming down the walls up there.
Yeah, it was that house.
Wow.
And I'm thinking that's every time he's pulling that knife out, it's
Mhm.
splattering.
Oh yeah, that's true. You're right.
Yeah, and King Scarlet, it could be that they never have came out and officially said. So whether it's if it's blood or if it's something that's some other kind of liquid that was on there. So that'll just be something that we'll have to wait until the trial starts to get that information.
And did y'all know did y'all notice where you're looking through
You're
outside into the window? Think
you're
it
breaking
was
up really
maybe
bad.
it was a box. Okay. How about now?
No, you're better now.
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay. I think it was in the kitchen. They had like to the left, they looked like a bunch of sheets kind of balled up. Then on the right, might have been on a table, there was a box, and you could tell there was some cloths in there with blood, but there was a shoe also. If you zoom in,
Yeah.
there was a white shoe, and it looked like it could have been a little tab, but I think it was blood.
Yeah,
It
I
was a
seen
white
that
tennis
too.
shoe. I
Yep.
noticed that. Now I heard,
Mhm.
I mean, this wasn't in the PCA or affidavit or anything, but quite a few channels said that some some sororities and fraternity members said that the victims were bound. There was either bags on their head or they were like um, strapped down to where they couldn't move. Now I
Yeah,
don't.
No, a lot of channels say a lot of stuff.
Oh, okay,
that's
okay,
been debunked. That they came out with a press release. Moscow police did, and said that that was just a rumor that the kids were not bound and gagged and all that.
okay. Because I thought about that and I said, "Oh my God, those poor kids."
Yeah, yeah, that came out in the very beginning. And King Scarlet, yeah, I saw where Ethan's mom had wrote a book about him, and it's actually already sold out on Amazon, from what I hear. So I don't know if there's, or maybe it was Barnes and Nobles that it's been sold out. One of the places it's already uh, sold out.
And who is that on?
Ethan's mom, uh,
Wow.
Stacy, she had wrote a book. It's called The Boy Who Wore Blue, and I believe it's just like a children's book or whatever. But it's done sold out. It was either Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, or one of those places that she had it on, and it's done sold out.
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me.
Mhm.
That's not surprising.
So, and she wrote it. It's about Ethan. Let's see. All right, y'all. Well, I'm about to get out of here for the
I'm
night.
about to get out of here myself.
God, it is like it's 3 o'clock here. I'm
Yeah.
tired.
Well, well, good morning.
Good morning to you too.
All right, then I'm going
Time
to
for
jump
breakfast
off.
here.
All right. Well, have a good night.
Okay, y'all too. Bye bye.
All right. Bye.
And I'll be checking out too. It's 4:04 a.m. here, and I think I'm gonna make me some breakfast and then go to bed.
Yeah, I gotta eat too. I haven't eaten nothing. I'm
We're
tired.
we're out of here. We're out of here, guys. Good night, everyone.
All right, Tony. You and Eva have a good night. All right. Riddler, thank you for coming up. You have a good night as well. And yeah, I'm about to get out of here. If y'all have not done so, please hit the thumbs up on your way out. So I'm fixing to go eat, and then I'm going to bed. Thank you, everybody, for coming and hanging out with us. Snooks, how are you? And I love you all. Thank you for those who gifted the memberships. That was very nice of y'all. And I will see y'all tomorrow.